Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, Indo Expo Trade Show. Our presenter today is from Cannabics Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. Zoran, I will now turn the call over to you. Zohar, the screen is now yours.
Thank you very much, Darwin. Okay, welcome everybody. I wish to thank the team of Cannabis Investor Webcast for giving me this opportunity to present our company here in this venue. And I'm really excited to be here and show the achievements that we achieved so far to the audience of listeners and the bright future that we foresee for our company. Cannabics Pharmaceuticals was established with the goal of bringing the most sophisticated and advanced cannabis therapies and treatments for medical cannabis patients throughout the world. The initiative is planned to be a global network of collaborations and developments that will enable patients from various indications enjoy the therapeutic benefits of the medical cannabis and get their medicine in the most appropriate and best way. Let me start with the presentation. So, we started this company about 2 years ago with a clear understanding that the medical cannabis field is really lacking in an advanced and sophisticated product line that will enable patients who wish to enjoy the benefits of medical cannabis in the best possible way and have their medicine brought to them in a pharmaceutical grade like any other pharmaceutical, even though this is medical cannabis. We have started this journey with trying to figure out what are the most clear unmet needs of this market, and we've done this by interviewing dozens of leading physicians, doctors, patients, and people in this industry. We've heard many views, but there was one common view that was reiterated to us wherever we went, in hospitals, in clinics, and from patients. Many of the doctors knew and were totally aware to the medical benefits of cannabis. However, they would not prescribe it as is, mostly due to the uncomfortable way of administration, which is most common, which is smoking of medical cannabis. Doctors and physicians will not approve smoking of cannabis because it is not considered as a medicinal way of prescribing a medicine. The side effects and the harm that might be generated from smoking and the combustion compounds that are created in the smoking process are not advisable for patients. In addition, it's very hard to standardize the dose of active cannabinoids that patients receive through the smoking administration route. So what we heard from all over was that the biggest unmet needs of this market are, first, a convenient oral administration route, the same route that patients are used to getting their medicines through capsules or tablets. The second biggest unmet need is a standardized and reproducible medicine. And the third biggest unmet need is a sustained release profile of the active ingredients that will allow a patient to get a steady state beneficial effects of medical cannabis throughout the day without the need to redose every few hours. So this was the technology challenge that we faced when we came and set up Cannabics Pharmaceuticals. With these unmet needs in mind, we have came forth and developed our first market-ready technology, which is called Cannabics SR. Cannabics SR, as far as we know, is the world's first sustained-release medical cannabis capsules. Cannabis SR provides patients with the opportunity to get a safe medicine which is totally standardized, which is manufactured under strict GMP manufacturing procedures, and is tested in clinical studies to show its safety and efficacy. In this approach, we are setting a standard of quality for medical cannabis therapies that is similar to pharmaceutical standards, and our goal is to be the highest quality medical cannabis product available in the market, equal to pharmaceutical products. Actually, what we had in mind was that by using the current regulation of medical cannabis, which is becoming more and more widespread within the United States and Europe and additional global markets, to use and deliver our medicines to the patients throughout the world in a very unique way. Our products currently are not going through regulatory phases of pharmaceutical development, and therefore they are available in the market right now and under current regulation in US states. So we are aiming to become the first product in the medical cannabis space that are manufactured under strict GMP standards and undergo rigorous clinical studies for safety and efficacy. So what is Cannabics SR actually? Cannabics SR is a standardized, high bioavailability, sustained release medical cannabis capsule that is based on pure extracts of cannabinoids from selected strains of medical cannabis, which had been adapted to specific indications. We are developing a line of therapies that are designed according to the needs of various patients, starting from oncology patients, going through neuropathic pain patients, Tourette syndrome, post-traumatic stress syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, etc. We are developing specific active cannabinoid compositions for every indication. We take those pure extracts of cannabinoid, which has been specifically designed for specific indications, and we put them in our Cannabics SR proprietary formulation, which is now in a pending state of IP patent approval. And this proprietary formulation was shown in observational surveys and studies that we have performed to provide a steady state level of beneficial therapeutic effects within the therapeutic window without overdosing or underdosing for straight 10 to 12 hours, which allows a very convenient once per day dosing regimen. It means that one capsule taken in the morning time can supply the patients with the best therapeutic effects possible in a steady state manner throughout the day without a need to redose. Therefore, we are addressing the three most important unmet needs that I detailed before, which are oral administration route, standardization and reproducibility, and long-lasting and stable effect profile. As I said before, we have designed our formulation and our capsules to fit the existing medical cannabis regulation in the US and EU. The way we performed it is by using only certified food-grade ingredients in our formulation. All the excipients and the formulation ingredients that we use are regarded as safe by the FDA. They are GRAS, G-R-A-S. They are food ingredients, and therefore we comply to the regulatory definition of cannabis-infused edible product. This regulatory status of cannabis-infused edible product allows us an immediate and aggressive market penetration campaign of this product without long and expensive regulatory processes that are very typical to pharmaceutical markets, in which it takes long years and hundreds of millions of dollars to bring a product to approval. As I said, we are developing our therapies for specific indications. And the first indication that we chose for our Cannabics SR line of products is the indication of palliative oncology patients. The reason we chose this indication is that the benefits of medical cannabis for palliative oncology patients are well known and well established in the professional literature and the medical community, and therefore the educational efforts needed in order to introduce this product for the market of palliative oncology care are especially low. You don't have to convince the doctors, they already know. They already know that this product, that cannabis-based products, have been shown as effective for palliative oncology patients. When you design a specific cannabis-based product, which was adapted specifically for this population of patients, and you show the efficacy in rigorous clinical studies, it's very easy to get the doctors believing in your medicine and prescribing it to their patients. Cannabis Pharmaceuticals is developing a long pipeline of specifically designed therapies based on active cannabinoids for specific indications. The next one after palliative oncology care would be neuropathic pain. As you can see in this chart, for every product, we have a pipeline of development that starts with the strain and technology development, the specific cannabinoid compositions that will give the best medical benefits for this type of patients. After the stage of strain and technology development, we go on into our internal unregulated clinical studies, where we dose our patients with those products and get the best results possible. Once the product has been shown in these internal clinical studies, or let's call them observational studies, we then put it out to the market under current regulation as a cannabis-infused medical product. In parallel to marketing the product, we are putting each product into a series of phase 4 formal clinical studies. Phase 4 clinical studies are called, in the pharmaceutical industry, post-marketing studies. These are studies that are performed after the product is already in the market. In these studies, you collect data about the safety, the efficacy of your product, and this data helps you establishing the properties of your product in the medical community. In later stage, you can take all the data that you have collected in these phase 4 formal clinical studies and present it to regulatory agencies like the FDA in the United States or EMEA in Europe. And on the base of these results of the formal clinical studies, post-marketing studies, you can apply for a pharmaceutical grade product. We expect this to happen in the next 3 years. At this stage, as I said, we are developing these products, we are putting them in the market, and sending them to rigorous formal clinical studies. The next products we have in the pipeline are specifically designed for PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome patients. We have a product for Tourette syndrome, for Parkinson's disease, and we're also very interested in inflammatory indications for which we use high CBD strains. The jewel in the crown for us is our personalized anti-cancer therapies, which we are developing based on specific technologies that were born in our company. The company is now preparing to launch our first formal clinical studies in a leading medical center in Israel, where the R&D division of Cannabics Pharmaceutical is strategically located. Clinical studies with cannabinoids are very hard, almost impossible to perform in the United States due to the federal ban and Schedule I status of these compounds. However, Israel, that has been very tolerant to medical cannabis therapies in the last 15 years, is allowing clinical studies to be performed in leading medical centers and tested in rigorous clinical studies. This is the real reason why the R&D division of Cannabics Pharmaceuticals is located in Israel. We have an excellent chain of connections with the leading oncology departments, pain departments, and other relevant departments in leading medical centers in Israel, where we are performing and planning to perform additional clinical studies to check and to establish the efficacy of a product for diverse indications. The results of these studies will be published in journals, medical journals, by key opinion leaders, and will be one of the biggest advantages we have comparing to other products in the medical cannabis industry who has never been proven as effective in rigorous clinical studies. To date, more than 100 patients in Israel, most of them oncology patients, has already been treated with Cannabics SR capsules. The results that we get and the reports from the patients imply full satisfaction from the efficacy and ease of administration of the product, as well as from the long-lasting and steady-state therapeutic effects. The patients whom we are treating in Israel so far report the following beneficial effects: reduced pain, higher appetite, elimination of nausea, improved sleep quality, and a sharp increase in mood, optimism, and desire for life. In order to establish the efficacy of our product for palliative oncology patients, we have performed during the month of February 2014 an observational proof of concept study with our product, comparing it to two different administration routes of medical cannabis. So the study included 15 patients, 5 in each arm. The first arm of patients were treated with Cannabics SR capsules by oral administration, 25 milligrams of active ingredients. The administration took place in the morning time after a light breakfast. The control group, the positive control group, was treated with a capsule that contains only raw grinded cannabis flowers, meaning no formulation. We just took the same cannabis flowers from which we extracted the active cannabinoids and put them in the formulation of the Cannabics SR capsules. We took the same flowers, grinded them, and put the grinded flowers, the powdered flowers, in the capsules, same amount of active ingredients, 25 milligrams, but no formulation, with the same type of oral administration. The third group of patients, however, was allowed to smoke the raw cannabis flowers in a cigarette, same amount of active ingredients, 25 milligrams, and smoking was allowed throughout the day at any time of need according to the patient's desire and feeling. The study endpoints, which we measured through reports and questionnaires, were 3. First, pain reduction. Second, nausea elimination. And third, what we call euphoric effect or mood enhancement. The results of the proof of concept study can be seen in this slide. Let's start with pain reduction efficacy. As you can see, the efficacy of pain reduction through smoking, here in the purple line, is seen as fluctuating and going down after a few hours, then redosing of the patient who smokes few more puffs, and then going down again until the cigarette is finishing about half the day through. Same is true, but with less volatility, for the raw unformulated grounded flowers. We get an effect, the effect lasts for about 6 to 7 hours, and then it wanes off. On the other hand, the Cannabics SR capsule keeps the patient within the therapeutic window with a very sharp decrease in the pain level for more than 12 hours. You can see that the bioavailability of the active cannabinoids in our formulation is much better, much enhanced, when comparing to unformulated grinded flowers. You can see that the area under the curve is much bigger for Cannabics SR capsules. A similar plot is seen for the nausea elimination, which also was shown to be reduced for straight 12 hours by taking 25 milligrams of active cannabinoids embedded in our proprietary SR formulation, comparing to about 6 to 7 hours of efficacy for the two other administration routes. The picture for the euphoric effect is a little bit different and interesting. When smoking, here, it's very easy to get to too high levels of psychoactive effect. In fact, smoking will make the patients feel high, sometimes too high, maybe even dizzy in the beginning of the administration. However, the effect wanes down below the therapeutic window very quickly, and then again a redosing is needed. The Cannabics SR capsules have a gradual effect, slowly bringing the patient exactly to the right level of mood enhancement that we want him to have, around 5, which is the middle number in this scale, and keeps him there for 10 to 12 hours like we expected. So this study showed us that indeed we are on the right path. The formulation of steady state is working as expected, and we are ready to hit the market. Cannabics Pharmaceuticals is a biotechnology company which is based on its IP portfolio. We are currently developing a comprehensive patent portfolio that will be focused on the following themes. Of course, our first patents are related to the Cannabics SR proprietary sustained release and high bioavailability oral formulation of medical cannabis and its uses for treatment of diverse indications. In addition, we are also developing additional formulations, administration routes, and methods of use for various advanced medical cannabis administrations. We also develop future high-tech uses of medical cannabis, which are based on products in diverse indications, including personalized anti-cancer therapies, which we are now studying. As you probably all know, the US market potential of medical cannabis is huge, and I expect that the crowd of listeners here on this webcast do not need me to show them the figures of the expected medical cannabis market in the United States. Let us just say that the market potential is a few hundred-folds bigger than it is now, and the leading analysts in the market predict that within a few years the market will be worth well above $10 billion. The map of countries in the United States where medical cannabis has already been allowed through enactment of regulations in those states is very impressive. 23 states so far has legalized the use of medical cannabis, and there are many more which are on this path. The marketing strategy of Cannabics Pharmaceuticals is based on building a network of collaborators throughout the world. We all know that the US as well as the European market is highly fragmented with many local small players and no global or nationwide operation of large firms. For us, it's an advantage. This is a real chance for growth stage companies to take a large market share and become big players in this market without the obstruction of big pharmaceutical companies who will totally be absent from this market in the next few years, as long as the cannabis itself is a Schedule I substance. No big pharmaceuticals company is expected to enter this market as long as the regulation is as it is today. Every state has its own regulatory status, and the local players are operating within the boundaries of regulation in their own territories. So we, in Cannabics Pharmaceuticals, have realized that the key to a quick and successful market penetration into each of these separated and fragmented markets would be to partner strategically with leading local players that are intimately familiar with their home markets and can drive forward the penetration process quickly and efficiently. The way we do our collaboration is through IP licensing agreements. We are being approached, and we are approaching, leading players in the states of the United States where medical cannabis is permitted and allowed, and we are discussing the IP licensing of our technology. The manufacturers and distributors then license the technology in order to manufacture and market our product under our brand within their reach of dispensaries and retail outlets. We are currently negotiating with several leading strategic partners in leading US states where medical cannabis is permitting, as well as few leading manufacturers of cannabis products in the European markets. We are expecting to launch these collaborations within the second half of 2014 until the end of the year and have initial revenues, hopefully. We are then be targeted to increasing the volume of sales and the outreach of our products on a global level. Who are we? The Cannabics team is made by professionals in the field that have aggregated from different types of backgrounds. My name is Dr. Zohar Koren. I am an experienced executive in the pharmaceutical industry and have been doing business development for public pharmaceutical companies in the last 10 years. Before that, I was studying computational biology, pharmacogenomics, and personalized medicine, where I did my PhD. With me is Dr. Eyal Balan, our CTO, who is a brain scientist and developer of neurofeedback systems. He has done research in anti-cancer drug development and neural network activity. In charge of the marketing operation is Itamar Borochov, who is an environmentalist with vast experience as an entrepreneur in the fields of medical cannabis and organic agriculture. We also have a team of excellent senior advisors that we've recruited in the last few months, including few former executives of Teva Pharmaceuticals who are well connected in the pharmaceutical field. In charge of advising us in the operational and strategic planning is Dr. Ika Barvanel, who was the Vice President of Teva Pharmaceuticals in charge of integration. And in this position, he did integration processes for Teva's large acquisition in the recent years. He was also the co-chairman of the steering committee of PGT, which is Procter & Gamble and Teva joint venture in the field of OTC pharmaceuticals on behalf of Teva. For us, this is very interesting because we are also targeting the OTC pharmaceutical field, both in THC-containing products and CBD-containing products. And we have products on the shelf which are ready to be marketed not only through the medical cannabis regulation, but also through a food supplement regulation in various countries based on CBD products. In charge of the regulation, validation, and quality control, we have Dr. Sigalit Arieli-Portnoy, who served as the Operation Group Vice President at Tar Pharmaceuticals Industry and was the manager of the Kfar Saba OSD plant at Teva Pharmaceuticals, which is Teva's largest plant worldwide, producing 9 billion tablets per annum and responsible for more than $2 billion of revenue. Dr. Portnoy led more than 50 inspections by the FDA, EMEA, Israeli Ministry of Health, and was in charge of establishing and building few large-scale pharmaceutical plants. She is responsible in our company for the GMP standards in which we produce our compounds and products, and helps us in getting the quality control level that we need in order to establish and launch clinical studies. We also have with us Advocate Shirley Weiser, which is in charge of IP management and corporate patent strategy. Advocate Weiser is a very experienced IP strategy manager for pharmaceutical companies and technology-based companies, and she's helping us get all the patent protection and the IP strategy that we need in order to become a leading biotechnology company in the field of medical cannabis. To sum up, the strategic concept of cannabis, of providing the medical cannabis market with the highest quality products, equal in quality to pharmaceutical products, GMP manufacturing standards, clinical studies, verification of the quality and efficacy of a product, with the unique position that allows us to penetrate the market in the present time without waiting years and years for pharmaceutical approval, is very unique concept and puts us in a very special place. We are planning to create cash flow from the very early days, and using this cash flow without significant dilution to our investors while we are developing the next stage and the next level of pharmaceutical level products based on medical cannabis and cannabis products and compounds. Recently we have received a certification from the government of Israel to establish an advanced R&D lab and center for cannabinoid research. We're going to use this lab and research and development facility to develop the next generation of cannabis-based products and specific personalized therapies for patients suffering from various indications. As of June 2014, Cannabics Pharmaceuticals is a public entity traded on the OTCQB stock exchange under the trade symbol of CNBX. I wish to thank you all very much for listening to this webcast, and I hope you liked what you see. We are all very encouraged and very enthusiastic about the scope of our R&D, our market reach, and the possibility to become a global leader in the emerging and very exciting medical cannabis industry. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Zohar. Let me see if any questions have been queued up. Give me a couple of seconds. Zohar, the first question is, what would you consider to be a major catalyst for your company? And when do you anticipate that catalyst?
The catalyst for our company is based twofold. The first catalyst is the scientific abilities that we are gaining and we are developing through our R&D division in Israel, where we are in contact with leading scientists and doctors and physicians in the medical community and the scientific community to develop the next generation of cannabis-based products like whom the world has not seen so far, and we are planning to become world leaders in sophisticated medical cannabis products. This is the first arm. And the second catalyst is our market reach, which allows us to generate revenues from the very early days without creating dilution to our investors, and get the cash that we need for the operation and the establishing the marketing network of cannabis products throughout the world through collaboration agreements with leading players throughout the world. These are the two main catalysts that will drive the growth of this company, as I see it.
Second question, Zohar. What is your view on the legislative outlook going forward for U.S. and Europe?
I think the trend is very clear. As we see, so far, in all states where medical cannabis program has been implemented, the reviews and the outcomes are only for the good. You don't hear almost any negative attitude toward medical cannabis programs. Many patients in need are getting the correct therapy for them. Sometimes it's a substitute to many other drugs and chemical entities that they don't use anymore because they can get legally the medical cannabis that they need. I am expecting Florida to come online. We are all waiting for New York, which has already passed the law in July for the medical cannabis products, to establish the program. By the way, New York is very interesting in this regard because in New York, smoking of medical cannabis will not be allowed. Therefore, it leaves the stage totally clear for sophisticated oral products such as Cannabics SR. So we are in touch with leading figures in New York State for the manufacturing and marketing of a product in New York State. There are many more states which are about to enact medical cannabis programs, and I expect to see a vast majority of US states having medical cannabis programs within the next 2 to 3 years.
Next question, Zohar. Could you give us a breakdown of your products as a percentage of revenue? I guess this is talking about the future. What your products, what percentage of your future revenues, if you could give us a breakdown?
That's a very interesting question. As I said, we're primarily currently targeting the palliative oncology care with our first market-ready product, which is Cannabics SR for oncology patients. There is a very interesting statistic that was published in Colorado State just a few months ago by the Department of Revenue that shows us that among the 100,000 patients who have medical cannabis certification, only 3% or 3,000 patients are actually cancer patients. On the other hand, there are living in Colorado State more than 100,000 cancer patients according to the statistics of the Ministry of Health. And the overcome and the overlap of these patients is very low. This means there's a very severe undertreatment of oncology patients with medical cannabis, even though all doctors know that medical cannabis can make miracles for cancer patients. So we see there's a very severe undertreatment of oncology patients with medical cannabis. And this is exactly the market niche that we are attacking and penetrating right now. And therefore, I foresee that in the near future, most of our revenue will be sourced from cancer patients with our market-ready product for palliative care of oncology patients. Following that, throughout the year and into the next year, I can see a large wave of neuropathic pain patients starting to use Cannabics SR products because of their efficacy and long-lasting effects. I also expect the doctors to prescribe and to recommend our product due to their status as clinically proven medical products that has been shown as effective in rigorous clinical studies, like almost no other product available in the medical cannabis market. So these are the main two indications that I think will be driving revenue in the next 1 to 2 years. Following that, we are expecting more niche indications like Tourette syndrome to become a good revenue source. And we also have development programs for many products that I haven't talked to in this stage because of course, confidentiality considerations, but are planned to be a blockbuster product following 2 to 3 years of operations.
Next question, Zohar. how long would it take to get your major product to the market? I know you talked briefly about that, but how long would it take to get your major product to the market?
Yeah, as I said, we are now in advanced negotiations with strategic partners in leading states of the United States market, and we expect these products to be on the market in the next few months. At the same time, we are also investing a lot of business development efforts in European countries, starting with Spain, which is the most advanced medical cannabis market in Europe, and in Israel. This is our home market where the R&D division is located. In Israel, there are 20,000 medical cannabis patients, and we are hoping and planning to be distributing our products to a few thousand patients within the next year. So this is the main areas of interest and potential markets that we are targeting in these days.
Next question, Zohar. C3 International, Idrasil, are they a competitor? And if they are, what are the differences between your product and theirs?
To tell you the truth, I didn't test the product, and I don't want to say anything about it, if it's bad or good. I know they've invested a lot of time and effort into the research, and I believe they have a good product. Of course, we see them as a potential competitor since we are targeting the same market niche of oral medical cannabis therapies. I believe that the advantages that we have with our product, of the sustained release formulation, and the fact that our product is and will be tested in rigorous clinical studies to give us an advantage over other competing products, including Idrasil.
Okay, Zohar, that concludes our Q&A. Any last comments before we close?
No, I wish to thank you very much for this opportunity, and we are looking forward to participating again and becoming a very leading player within the medical cannabis market in the United States and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, and Indo Expo Trade Show. Our presenter today is Greg Lambert, CEO of Single Point Incorporated. Greg, I will now turn the screen over to you.
All right, can everybody hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you, Greg.
All right, wonderful.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. Welcome everybody here today to learn more about SinglePoint, and be happy to answer any questions when I'm done here. SinglePoint Inc. Is an OTC Pink company. Our ticker symbol is SING, S-I-N-G. We're a mobile technology and payments provider. We're out of Seattle. We've been in business since 2006. We started with being able to send text messages to any phone in the U.S. And a couple of years ago, we overlaid that with technology where we're able to send a text with a link, and when you hit that link, it takes you to a mobile landing page. And at that point, you're able to do a transaction or a donation with your cell phone and your credit card. Somewhat similar to PayPal, but we have our own little twist on that. Last year, our revenues in 2013 were right around 1.6 million. I'll go to the next page. Which one is it? So we're a mobile company. We're very focused on mobile payments, which is obviously a very, very hot sector right now. We're able to accept payments. One of the things our technology does is allow a customer to do reoccurring payments. So, for example, if someone were to buy something or donate using our platform, the next time they went to donate or buy something from their favorite charity or from their favorite business, at that point we'll have saved most of their information, and it's much less cumbersome for them to do a transaction, which results in a huge increase in business for us. We can engage different companies in targeted communication campaigns. For example, let's say that we were talking to either a charity for donations or a business to do transactions, and over the years maybe they've gathered 5,000 or 10,000 phone numbers. We're able to take those phone numbers, download them into our platform, and send a text message out to all of their customers saying, if you'd like to join our mobile club for special offers, go ahead and sign up now. So at that point, those customers have already gave that business or charity their phone numbers, and when we send them a text asking them to join that particular business or organization's mobile club, the take rate is extremely high because they're already affiliated with them. Now that they're starting to communicate with their members via text, that's great. They can use that to communicate and to let them know that maybe there's a new product in or whatever. But the big thing about it is they can send a text that has a link to a mobile landing page where the customer can actually buy something or do a donation, which is where the money's at. The other thing at the end of all this, it's great for the clients because we're collecting all of that data, all of their phone numbers, email addresses, and we can share that with the businesses. So some of our corporate brands, SinglePoint is continually molding the mobile industry by designing new technologies such as Pay by Text, Connect by Text, Text-a-Bid, and SingleSeed payments, as well as supplying proven traditional payment products, including cashless ATM and credit card terminals. Just to explain this page a little bit, the Pay by Text logo that you see is our technology that we're very good at. We feel like we do this as good or anybody else in the country. And when we say Pay by Text, we're able to send a text message again with a link. And when you hit that link, it takes you to a landing page. So it's a little bit different than Square, and it's a little bit different than everybody out there. It's something that's unique to us that we do very well. The Text-a-Bid product is our mobile bidding technology, which is very successful. What we've done is we wrote programming to allow auctions, like the school auction that you go to, instead of writing on a piece of paper, you know, your bid on a certain item. When everybody comes in, they use their own smartphone device, and everything's done on the mobile phone. So we're really disrupting auctions. It's an $18 billion business, and we're continually, year after year, adding more clients. It's really an interesting, great business. If you have any questions about this, certainly you can ask at the end. Our SingleSeed Payments brand is our vertical into the cannabis business, and after the webinar, I invite you to go to our site that we're very proud of, SingleSeed.com. This is the site that we want all of the dispensaries and others to go to look at all of the single point products that will help them with their payments. Right now, we are putting cashless ATMs into dispensaries because that's all we can. Now, when the federal law or the banks open up, we will start to implement our pay by text and our other payments. But our strategy right now is to get into as many dispensaries with our text messaging platform and with the cashless ATM. And then as the banks and the federal law open up, we'll be able to go to our current clients and add more payment options. Our goal in the cannabis business is to be the leading payment provider, and certainly we're very interested in acquisitions and also growing internally for that. Again, let's talk a little bit about SingleSeed Payments. We're very focused and very driven to be the dominant payment provider in the cannabis industry. And you know, as most of you know, this industry is just starting now. With our public company and our ability to raise money, we feel like we're going to expand by acquiring other companies in this space, and also internally expanding into current dispensaries and new ones. Some of my background is very much heavily into the retail. I had a distribution business in Seattle that for 15 years, and when we were done, we were in 6 states and all of Canada. And then in 1996, I took a cigar company public on the NASDAQ, and we placed humidors and cigars in 30,000 accounts. So for the past 25, 30 years, I've been placing product in retail. So we have a lot of experience on dealing with retailers, and just so happens, you know, we're in the technology, mobile payments, but we're using that back into the retailer at the dispensaries. Connect by Text is a really interesting product in the fact that this is the product that we've had since 2006, and the management team and the board from SinglePoint came out of a company called Wireless Service out of Bellevue, and at one time we did all the text messaging for Nextel. We had all the media outlets, so we were doing the text messaging for Deal or No Deal and American Idol. So we are very educated on text messaging. So it's very interesting what we found out getting into the cannabis vertical is all of these dispensaries have a very hard time marketing to their customers because of all the different rules and regulations, and really they're limited to how they can market to their customers. Well, it just so happens that we have the perfect product that they can market to their customers. They can send text messages and let the customer know their hours of operations, that they just got in a new product, so on and so forth. And then, of course, when the laws and the banks open up, those customers are going to be able to use our technology and their mobile phone to purchase cannabis. So we're really excited about this. One of the things that's exciting is that the dispensaries are required to get the phone number when the customer comes in. So they already have all of the phone numbers. So we're starting to bring on dispensaries as we speak with the Connect by Text. So they'll start marketing to all their customers via text messaging, and then of course we're going to be in a prime position to capitalize when the banks open up, because we'll already have those customers on their cell phones, and they can use their cell phone and their credit card to pay for cannabis. SingleSeed payments, we talked a little bit about the cashless ATM terminals. Right now, that is the way that dispensaries are allowing customers to pay for cannabis besides cash. So it works just fine. We're currently out in dispensaries now, and we're bringing on new dispensaries all the time. Pay by text, again, this is the product that is our technology that we are waiting for the banks or the federal law to open up, so every customer can have our pay by text on their phone, and whether they pay for their cannabis on their phone and it's delivered to them, or they pay for it and they go down to the dispensary and they don't have to wait in line. This is the product that we're very excited about. It's already built. We've been doing this with other verticals the last 2 or 3 years, so this is our pay by text product. So with the simplest send of a text message, stores will communicate directly with their customers. Customers will make payments directly to the store. Customers will access the cannabis retail or mobile store. Customers will view and purchase inventory directly from the mobile store. Retailer will deliver or purchase, will come back up and pick up packaged product. SingleSeed payment technology will reduce lines, wait times, and increase business productivity and sales. The mobile marketplace, the mobile commerce sales transaction are those which take place using mobile devices and internet access, such as mobile phones and tablets. This is just a very, very hot sector. Everybody's using their mobile phones to do everything, and most importantly, including payments. So we just think like we're in a perfect hot market where we're not only a mobile company, mobile payments company, but we're also using that technology in the cannabis vertical, which, as we all know, is going nowhere but up. Some of the competitors, while there are some other successful mobile companies out there, from what we've seen, some of the bigger ones are reluctant to get into the cannabis business right now. So we feel like we have a pretty long runway to get as much business as we can, kind of a drag race, get out there and get as many accounts as we can. There are some competitors out there that are placing cashless ATMs. We feel like they're all prime candidates for us to acquire. Most of those competitors do not have the mobile technology that we have, that we're going to be able to use once the banks open up a little bit. SingleSeed payments growth market, it's always hard to find a correct number how many dispensaries there are out there, whether there's 20 to 30,000 in the 20 states that have medical marijuana and the 2 states that have recreational. But if and as Florida and Oregon and some of these other markets open up, that number could you know, easily go to 30,000 dispensaries, 40,000 dispensaries. So, you know, we're just excited to be at the start of this business. Our strategy is to acquire some of the companies that already have payment cashless ATMs in the states that have had medical marijuana for a while, and then in the new states that are opening up, we'll go in with our knowledge and experience in the retail background and start those ourselves. Some of the important growth statistics, you know, the legal marijuana market is expected to grow to 2.7 by the end of the 2014. Cannabis sales are now outpacing the sale of smartphones. 5-year national market potential is 10.2 billion. So this is an exciting business to be in. There's plenty of room for growth. There's plenty of room for us to get a huge market share. Some of the single point sales forecasts for 4 years. These numbers are from you know, selling the different products that we have now, cashless ATM, the Text Connect, and just expanding into more accounts. So we think that these are conservative numbers, and we're excited about them. Some of the use of funds, most of all of our technology is really built already. There's some money that's going to go to upgrading that to handle you know, more sales. But some of the things that we're doing is we're uplisting to the OTC bulletin board, which you know, we're working at that now, and hopefully that gets done here soon. And obviously that will put us in a position to attract you know, larger institutional investors. One of the things that the use of the funds for is for acquisitions. We've made a couple acquisitions in the last year, and we're very focused on acquiring companies with our stock and some cash to increase our revenues. Dry high-level direct sales, SEO marketing, and application development. So really a long story short here, most of the use of proceeds are going to go to sales and marketing. Some of the management team, first of all, there's Greg Lambrick, who is me, the CEO and founder and president. I've been involved in starting small businesses my whole career. Like I said, I took a cigar company public on the NASDAQ, and I was the leading shareholder and founder of that company. We raised $10 million. So I've done this before. I have a lot of experience in building businesses, and particularly in retail. Eric Lofdahl is our Chief Technology Officer. Eric has wrote all of the programming for Single Point and all of our different products, and we've been together over 10 years. We have Prasad, who's Director of Business Development, and Martha, who's our Chief Operating Officer, and Will Ralston, who's VP of Sales and Marketing. So one of the board members is Gary Schenker, who is one of the most respected mobile minds, in our opinion, out in the U.S. So we've got an excellent management team, and you know, we think that we can, with our knowledge of text messaging and mobile payments and the explosive growth of the cannabis vertical, we think we're in a prime position to really do well out there. I don't know what time. I know I've been talking pretty fast here, but I guess that's the end of the slide. So I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Let me queue up the questions. Give me 1 second. The first question is, Greg, it seems with each acquisition, SING also acquires team members from the acquisition company. What will Chris Mills' role be with SING moving forward after the Green Star acquisition?
Well, first of all, Chris Mills has been in the cashless ATM payment business for over 4 years. So I'd like to start with saying that he is a strategic advisor and very valuable to SinglePoint on not only finding the newest products out there, but also educating on us on how this business works. And that's one of the reasons that we did the joint venture with Green Star is to be able to really get into this business fast and quick. One of the other things that Chris Mills is currently doing for us now is we are using Chris Mills' infrastructure to purchase cashless ATMs and other products. So he's a very important part of our team. And I guess to answer the question, yes, our acquisition, we are actively looking for companies to where once we acquire them, we leave management in place and let them continue to run the company.
Are you still there, Greg?
I am.
Okay. Oh, that was the end. Okay. Next question. In lieu of the recent data breaches, what is your strategy to convince consumers to store their credit card info on your site, especially to purchase a product as controversial as cannabis?
I'll have Will is here with me, and he's really handles a lot of that, so I'm going to go ahead and have him answer that one.
So in the text messaging, paying by phone or pay by text, all of our technology is PCI Level 1 certified, which is the highest ranking that you can get and must obtain in order to do mobile payments. Everything that we do is HTTPS, meaning that every connection is encrypted and secured. And once you put your information into our system, it's actually stored in an encrypted, shortened code. And then that information is deleted. So your credit card is now tied to a code. So even if the system were to be compromised, the only thing that hackers may come across or credit card thieves may come across are 5-digit codes. So then they would have to break those codes in order to do that, and that would be very difficult, as that is on the back end acquiring banking layers. So that would mean they're getting anything involved with the bank.
So I think the answer maybe in another way is that we're just as secure as any other company, in other words, any other big company in this space.
I'd like to point out that most of those security issues that haven't been compromised lately have been on older technologies. They've all been on point-of-sale machines and not have had a lot to do with mobile payments.
Okay. All right, next question. Can you clarify how many dispensary accounts you currently have and how fast you are growing them?
Yeah, so I think that we're close to about 30 terminals out there, about 40 terminals out there now, and you know, we're growing as fast as we can. Yeah, I think just last week we sent out 8 terminals. So as we get to you know the industry better and more companies know us, we expect that those numbers to go up. And you know, of course, like I said throughout this, you know, we're looking to acquire other terminal companies.
Next question. What are the benefits of becoming a MSP?
MSP, can you clarify what that might stand for?
It's MSP Mary Sam Paul. What are the benefits of becoming a MSP?
Well, we'll look it up on Google, right?
Well, we'll ask him. We'll ask him to clarify. And while we're doing that, we'll go to the next question. What are the details about your relationship with Advanced Content Solutions, ticker symbol ADCS?
Yeah. So Greenhouse Payment and Advanced Content Solutions, ADCS, were the original joint venture partners in Greenstar. We acquired Greenstar, so they are now both shareholders of SinglePoint, and we are working with ADCS on a possible agreement to where we can distribute their loyalty card. So that's basically the answer there.
Next question. They clarified what an MSP is, mobile service provider. What are the benefits of becoming a mobile service provider?
I mean, since, that, back to what I was saying earlier, we all come out of the text messaging through the carriers. So we've had agreements, and we're able to send text messaging to any customer through any of the major carriers. So we are a mobile service provider.
Okay. All right. Next question. What would you consider to be a major catalyst for your company, and when do you anticipate that catalyst?
Well, I think that what we would consider a major catalyst for the company is if a bank allowed customers to start using their credit cards to pay for cannabis, that would really propel us into using our technology. So everyone that has a phone or smartphone can use our mobile technology and a credit card to pay for cannabis. I think that would be a huge watershed moment for SinglePoint. I think the other major thing for SinglePoint would be a large acquisition, either in the terminal space or distribution, or with a company that already has a large presence in dispensaries.
Next question. Were your payment terminals affected by last week's removal of armed services at California and Colorado centers?
So far, we haven't had any terminals affected. There was a big bank that decided they didn't want to do it, and the problem that people ran into was that particular bank, Methven, said back in January that they did not want to participate in the cannabis business. Multiple different ISOs decided they would look past that and say, well, we want the money, and became greedy, signed up cannabis business anyways, and finally the bank came around, did their audits, and shut down multiple accounts. We have two vendors, and luckily neither one of them used that particular vendor.
Well,
the answer is no.
Okay. Well, that concludes our Q&A session. Greg and Will, do you have any last comments?
Yeah. We welcome any other communication via email or the appropriate channels to explain what we're doing. We welcome any of the investors to go look at us on really our corporate site, which is singlepoint.com, or what we call our cannabis site, SingleSeed.com. And of course, we're a public company in the OTC, so all of our information and financials is on the OTC. So we're very excited about the future for Single Point, and interested in talking to any investors participating with us. And what our goal is to be the leading payment provider in the cannabis industry. And thank you.
Well, thank you, Greg and Will. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. Next presentation is at 1:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Greg and Will.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, Indo Expo Trade Show. Our next presenter today is Anthony Miller, CEO of U.S. Energy Initiatives. Anthony, I will now transfer the screen over to you. Okay, Anthony, I think the screen is transferred to you now.
Hey, do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. So my name is Anthony Miller, and our company is U.S. Energy Initiatives Corporation. We are a publicly traded company traded under the symbol USEI. At USEI, we are a diverse energy company that we have decided to transition to hemp energy and anything that's kind of related to cannabis, and to develop and produce products for the marketplace. We've created two product brand names. One is the Ultimate Cure, and the other one's Real McCoy Genuine Products. We are currently marketing vapor pens, accessories, topical ointments, oils, tinctures, all of them under those names which I mentioned to you. We do have an online store, and that allows us to do some of those things. We also have two stores that are located in the state of Washington, which you will see as we move forward. Our website is USEICannabis.com and U.S. Energy Initiatives Corp, or USEI, USEnergyINIT.com. Those are our two websites. That is our disclosure statement. Again, I said my name is Anthony Miller, and I'm the CEO. And I have been with in the whole public market for about 18 years. My expertise include going public, business management, creating an established business structure, startup, consulting, creating business identity, mergers, acquisitions, takeover, whole wide range of things. I've been doing this a long time, so I do have a lot of experience. I'm not one guy that just went out and bought a shell and started to try to figure out how to do this public company stuff. I've been doing it a long time and have a tremendous amount of abilities here. Next, so this is a work timeline. I created this because some folks have said, well, yeah, you said 18 years, but what have you done? So I've highlighted the ones in red only because they're relevant to our discussion, because those are companies that are relevant to USEI at this point and how we've kind of transitioned to get to this point. So let's see, next slide. In 1996, I formed from scratch with my father-in-law a company called U.S. Crude International, or U.S. Crude Limited. The name changed along as we did business. And for 11 years, I was the president of that firm, and I raised us about $11 million. We had about, I don't know if you guys can hear me. It looked like I said some note, but anyway, I raised us about $11 million. We had 21 employees. At our height, We did produce about $50,000 a month in revenue, which translates to today about $200,000 a month in revenue. We did produce positive revenues. We had patents. We had $34 million in oil assets that we had in the ground, and we did acquire from scratch, from 0 to 264 oil wells. We did take the company from scratch, like I mentioned, and we went from 25 cents a share. Our height was at $3.75, and for a year and a half we're at $1.75. The company continued on 2 years after I left, and I started another firm. Basically, that was a conflict with family members. So, the technology is what this company is really about. U.S. Energy Initiatives, and you'll see it not just grandstanding about what I've done here. It's relevant to the whole as we move forward. There's a technology here that you see that was a portable steam generator technology that we have that produced steam. Steam was used in order to enhance oil recovery in low-producing wells, and our objective was to use our technology to enhance oil recovery. We use this technology in some 40 or 50 of our own wells and prove the ability of it. It was designed properly, and we built a number of them and sold some of them in the marketplace. This technology, images are right here. It is a self-contained portable steam generator Apologies, cell phone. This technology, we do have all the design drawings and blueprints in order to do this technology. Basically, the technology, you inject steam in the ground, you let it radiate throughout the formation and for a few days, and then you put the well back on production. We use satellite imaging technology in order to enhance our oil production, knowing where to steam and where not to steam. The steam has been used for like over 100 years, and I don't want to labor you too much about this whole technology. I'm quite passionate about it. I did write my master's thesis on oil. I was an oil and gas guy for a long time, so I'm quite passionate about it. But it is a phenomenal technology that is used for oil recovery. Next slide is the two patents that we have. One is a boiler and one is a trailer, and then obviously the technology is used to enhance oil recovery, taking low-producing wells, stimulating those wells, and making those wells do more production. What we saw was wells that did less than a half a barrel a day. We can make them do 10 barrels a day. The significance of that, if you have a number of wells and you go from producing $40 a day to $800 a day, is a significant difference in that, and we can do it economically. Next slide. The objective is that you take the oil from the formation into storage tanks. Oil's doing you no good in the ground. You put it in the storage tanks, and there you can produce that oil and sell it. And they said, why is that relevant? I'm not just grandstanding about what I've done. This is irrelevant because this technology is assigned to USEI. It is on the books of USEI, and we do have all the design drawings, and we have blueprints in order to do this. We just opted to go the route of biodiesel and the route of cannabis because you really don't get into oil and gas unless you're properly funded. And when I came on 3 years with USEI, the company didn't have proper funding in order to go that direction, so we went to a lesser path, which was biodiesel. Next slide is another firm, which I mentioned. I showed earlier my lineage of history, and that company was called Southern States Power. I was a director in that firm for 2 years, and I raised some $2 million. We had 7 employees at the height. We produced the first biodiesel plant on the west coast of the United States, and that plant is still operational today. I came in with the company. I think the stock's at 2 cents. We moved it to 64 cents by doing great work, and I left the company after 2 years, and it continued on for 5 years later. They actually raised about $5 million. Again, the company focus was biodiesel, and that's what kind of transitioned us when I came on with U.S. Energy Initiatives was in biodiesel, because I had a lot of expertise in biodiesel, and I recognize it's a very good direction for U.S. Energy to go, and we believe that was a good choice for us to go, and we believe in the direction that we're heading this firm. So biodiesel is a process called methyl esterification, where you basically take a raw material like soybean oil or use vegetable oil, and you heat it to about 140 degrees. You use a catalyst of methanol, and the methanol is added. You cook it for a period of time, and then after you let it rest, there's a separation that occurs where the methyl esters rise to the top and the glycerin will go to the bottom. And you extract the glycerin from the biodiesel, you wash the biodiesel and or the methyl esters with water. You separate the water, and then you basically have what we call methyl esters or biodiesel. It's 100% biodiesel. You mix that with a petroleum diesel, and you have a B20 blend. Again, why is it relevant? Why is it relevant? It's relevant because in 2013, USEI produced about $100,000 in biodiesel. We used virgin stock, we bought soybean oil, we bought waste oil, and we produced biodiesel. Next slide. Next slide is it's a soybean oil we actually acquired and used to produce biodiesel. Again, we cooked it in reactors, and we had the methanol. We processed it in the plant. We run it through a press and get all the particulate and all the water and everything out, and then polished it all out. And at the end of the day, we had biodiesel. These 4 jars are basically soybean oil. You cook it in methyl esters, separate the glycerin out, which is a waste product, and then you have basically a finished product, which is 100% biodiesel. So when we're transitioning and lost our ability to produce biodiesel, we decided, well, let's look at hemp as a source. And we had some connections in Colorado. Group had a biodiesel plant in Montclair, and thought that it'd be great for us to move to Colorado to produce biodiesel, and we could use hemp since Colorado had a great opportunity to grow hemp, and we figured that we were going to do that. That's what kind of thrust us into the whole cannabis sector, which we'll get to as we continue to move on through the slides and our kind of history of what we're doing. This is a great product. It runs great. It can run in any diesel engine. Rudolph Diesel, who created the diesel engine, actually created biodiesel, our diesel engine, to run off of peanut oil. But petroleum oil was more abundant, so basically it transitioned to petroleum diesel is more abundant. So hemp equals cannabis, right? So because we weren't able to move as well as we wanted in cannabis, in hemp, we decided to go and capitalize on all the parts of cannabis. And as you know, cannabis is used, our hemp are used for a lot of different products, food, rope, blah, 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 blah. A lot of products, over 50,000 products are being able to use from hemp and cannabis plants. And for us, we just thought that it's a natural progression for us is trying to be a company that's looking at every opportunity and not just stagnant in one source. We want energy, but we're not going to just focus on one sector of our business. So we created a subsidiary called USEI Cannabis, and our mission is to develop, market, and create products and services for the cannabis marketplace through creating strategic partnerships to address the needs of the legal cannabis sector, which includes the hemp, and our goal is just to create shareholder value. So there's a natural progression for us from the cannabis, or hemp, to cannabis. We ultimately will circle back to cannabis. You'll get that as we move forward through the rest of these slides. But the medical marijuana side, we had so many contacts in this whole industry, and I've been in this industry for a few years in the backdrop with friends and family and a lot of acquaintances that I have. So we thought it was really important for us to, as a company, to capitalize on all of those relationships that we have with growers and product producers and the like. And this industry, as you know, it's kind of grown and it's projected to be a $40 billion industry. So, and it's still in its infancy, and they even believe that that number could even be higher based on what's possible in this industry. I think if we see it constantly daily, there's big opportunities for this industry. You know, our growth is designed to be strategic partnerships, and what we like doing is creating partnerships with folks that are already doing some aspects of the business and trying to maximize our opportunity and potential. What we've done here in this year, 2014, that's the remaining parts of our slides, and then it'll get us closer to where you guys can have questions and answers about what we're doing and while we're doing what we're doing. So this year we went to Colorado with an intent to growing hemp, and with the new farm bill we thought that was going to be something that was going to be possible, but it was not possible. No one was able to grow hemp in 2014, and we don't know about 2015 or 16. We did meet with farmers, and we did have some opportunities in order to be able to do this, but it is quite difficult for us. So we just decided that maybe let's wait until it's available. When seeds were the biggest issue, you know, we have seeds now, but we don't have sufficient seeds in order to grow hemp successfully. So our goal is to continue to move with all aspects of cannabis. So we went to Colorado because it's the first state that was legal, and there we spent a lot of time in Colorado, and Colorado was good and not good, you know, for us, but it was great for some aspects. It's a difficult place to do business for outsiders, and I'm going to be very adamant about this. That yeah, we would have loved to have had great success in Colorado, but because of the way that they have structured this whole industry there, they make it very difficult for outsiders to do business with cannabis, because it's not a great place to do business. We put together a project along with American Green, and it was a $2 million project that would have produced, you know, some in excess of $8 million. But you know, the way that they structure these rules there, the outsiders, we'd have all of our money at risk. At no point could we even go into our own facilities. We had no control over the day-to-day operations, and it's just not a good place for someone unless they were, you know, born in Colorado, and they can navigate through those rules. They just make it very difficult. So for us, we decided that Washington State was a better option for us, and we like Washington because we've been there for over 9 years. We have numerous corporations in the state of Washington, and we have had a presence there for over 9 years. And for us, it was a better option for us. So what have we accomplished in Washington? Well, we have 2 legal corporations. We're extremely familiar with the law. We sponsor many events there, just like we did some events we sponsored in Colorado as well. We have legal representation here. We have joint ventures already there. We have stores opened. We're marketing CBD oil. We're selling CBD products. We have an online store. We're marketing vape products under our brand. We're establishing 2 brands, the Ultimate Cure brand and the Rheumatoid Genuine product brand. We have an expansion model that we can take our CBD model and do it in any state in the U.S. It's great. We have an opportunity to start here. We can take our CBD store model and partner with other dispensaries or open our own stores, and we know this business very well now because we've been doing it for about a little over 4 or 5 months. We have strategic partners that we've established in the state of Washington. We have an edible plan. Once they approve it, the state is looking at probably the last thing that they approve for this industry. We went to HempFest this year. We have a recreational license that we're working to try to get, and we're actually looking at more potential growing opportunities there. One of the things about Washington is great because it's it's kind of new and fresh. They've only been doing this a few months. They recently just got the first crops out that they were allowed to even grow. It creates a lot of problems for a lot of the people who have dispensaries because the way that they wrote the law that the dispensaries were, and the growers got the ability to grow right away, and then dispensaries were open 2 months, not even enough time to even get products out. Like I said, we have some relationships here in the state of Washington. We're part of some associations and the like, and we've gone to a number of events. We sponsor some events as well. People are able to see us. We have legal representation, like I mentioned before. We have strategic alliances, partnerships with attorneys as well, with product developers, with growers, beverage companies, manufacturers, and other public companies. Again, I mentioned American Green again. So we are trying our best to continue to move forward. So we also created another subsidiary, which you've probably not even heard about. It's called USEI Canada, which is a legal cannabis corporation that we created as well. And that corporation is designed for medical marijuana, cannabis, and developing products. It gives us a legal company to do business with any other company in the state. And our goal, again, is strategic partnerships for companies in order to maximize our opportunity and our potential. Again, in July 1st, 2014, we created a joint venture. And we put that out before about stores that we opened up under the brand name The Ultimate Cure. And that was a partnership we had with dispensary owners in the state of Washington, one in Tacoma and one in Puyallup. And basically we put our stores in their stores where that we decided to create a process or a plan to introduce cannabis under CBD cannabis to the marketplace and try to see how we can maximize that potential. And CBD is a focus of what we're doing here, and our goal is to try to create our own brand awareness, try to get our toehold in the state of Washington. One of the things that the way that you can get yourself moving in these states is to have some presence. So if we have a presence, we have opportunities, we have people that we meet, we can navigate through the legal folks because and all the regulatory people because we're there, and that's important for us to have an immediate presence. And those stores are actually working. I'll talk about that in the next few minutes. CBD it's called cannabidiol, and it's a compound that's in cannabis, and it has significant medical benefits, but it don't make you feel stoned or loaded. It doesn't have the psychoactivity that you have for THC, which is the psychoactivity of the cannabis. The CBD it has great properties because anti-inflammatory, anti-pain, anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, antispasmodic, help you make you less lethargic, and you're not feeling all loaded like you normally do with it. And it has a wide range. It works for a wide range of conditions like arthritis or diabetes, help managing your blood sugars, alcoholism, MS. It's quite common, that the benefits of cannabis and MS are legendary. Chronic pain, schizophrenia, post-traumatic stress disorder, which that's one thing that we found through this, that we've had a lot of success with our products with PTSD, antibiotic resistance, epilepsy, where pretty much about the Charlotte's Web, which if any of you guys are in this industry, you know that that's a big benefit, and that is the CBD part of the cannabis plant that is addressing that issue. So why CBD? Well, CBD for us is a holistic approach to treating patients. The results are amazing, and one of the things that's happened is obviously the whole cannabis industry has been suppressed, in especially the CBD side. And part of the problems is that we don't know that much about these drugs because they're not been out there as much. But obviously there's some amazing results that are possible. Especially our stuff all has less than 3% THC, which that allows it to be legal and actually can be shipped all across the country. Yeah, I mentioned about Charlotte's Web. There's a number of delivery methods for CBD, whether you're vaping, you're smoking it, you're ingesting it, you're eating edibles, you're making butter, you put in cooking, and it's a wide range. CBD and cannabis. My mom had cancer. She had 36 rounds of chemo, 8 rounds of radiation. So I have a compassion for the cannabis for that as well, because she wasn't able to use it. We kind of found about it a little bit later, but I've seen friends and family members who have significant benefits from taking cannabis-related products to help with manage cancer and all. It's legal to ship it throughout the U.S. It's a exciting industry. It's ultimately universal appeal. I think that's what we're the most excited about. The opportunities will be immense as this whole industry continues to go. We believe that there's going to be an opportunity that the pharmacies in the U.S. are going to be able to sell these products, and we believe that if we can build our own brands, we could have our products sold in pharmacies across the U.S. And we think we're being responsible company for doing that. Like I said, we've seen in our own stores cancer patients who come in who've had some benefits from buying our products, and they come back. Our stores are selling products every day. We are selling every day. We have epilepsy patients who come in and bought our CBD products. People with chronic pain. One woman came in, was in pain for 3 years, and she bought our CBD products, and she was out of pain within an hour. She was in pain for over 3 years. Joint pain, we see that constantly. Where people use topicals. I use it myself after working out. You put topical pain, cannabis salves on joint pain. Amazing benefits. Back pain, eating disorders. A lot of people who can't eat. If you eat edibles, they help stimulate your appetite, and you can actually eat. Another woman came in with migraine. She was in the throes of a migraine, and she bought some of our CBD products, and came back an hour later and was saying that it's all gone, and she'd been in the throes of a migraine, and it immediately took away her migraine pain in less than half an hour. Post-traumatic stress disorder, we have patients who come in all the time for those kind of things, as well as anxiety. I'm trying to move a little faster. There's topicals, other ways of using our CBDs. Again, the 77 years of these products have been prohibited from being used. There's a lot of ways to make money, and these are products that we kind of sell from massage oils, from salves, to bath salts, tinctures. Tinctures are all kind of, you take them internally, and you get it's just another way of delivering the cannabis to the individual. These are images of our store in Tacoma. This is a store we have in Tacoma, and it's inside of a dispensary that's behind the door there that you see there. These are images of our products that we sell there, and these are cannabis syringes and vape pens and the like. These are syringes that we sell, and you can just different ways of delivering the cannabis, whether you put in a pen or you put in a syringe where you can put into a smoothie or coffee or drink or whatever you want to do, or under your tongue, whatever. It's kind of bitter. Vaping, we've created a lot of products we have that have our own brand name, Real McCoy genuine products. These are products we actually sell in our own stores as well. More vape products. We have a lot of different vape pens and vape products that we have in our stores that we sell. Edibles, oils for cooking, beverages. We have a lot of different products that we sell there. Edibles, like I said, a lot of edibles that we do throughout our products in our stores. These Teddy Grahams are fantastic. These are turtles and other products we have there. Other products we sell in the other stuff we sell in the stores, like head shops, pipes and the like. We do have an online store where you can buy our products as well online, and so back to our website for there is thecbdshop.com. So there's in the state of Washington, there's 3 ways of doing this business. There's only 3 licenses you can acquire. Marijuana producer, you produce, but you produce weed. Second one is a processor. That means you're producing some process, like I showed you, tinctures or topicals or whatever. And then you have retailers. And retailers are the ones who sell the weed or sell other products in their stores. The thing about Washington, you can only have 1. You can have all 3, or you can have 2. You can have all 3. So it makes it very difficult, but we're trying to figure out how we matriculate through that. And that's why we have created the other corporations we have. One of the biggest things that we're doing is we're trying to get into the recreational business, and recreational business is important for us because it is where the money is. yeah, I told you we have stores and we're selling and we're making all this, but we're not making really killer money. I'm just going to be honest with you. We're making money, but we're not making the kind of money that is made in the recreational side of business. That is where we want to go, and that's where we're going to go, and I think that's where the whole industry is. So the state of Washington gave they issued 264 licenses out, and most of those people were they own a burger joint or they own a massage parlor, whatever. They just put their name on a license and they got on the lottery and they got a license. There's only 25 licenses that were initially issued. A lot of people are still trying to get those licenses going, but this is and this whole industry was riddled with shortages and law getting started and all kinds of craziness but the opportunities are immense as it gets going. It actually opens an opportunity for us, and that's why we're able to get a license, because we're able to partner with people or get a portion of a license or a portion of multiple licenses, because some of these people did not understand they don't understand businesses. They don't understand how to do business. They've never done it. They just put the name on a list and they got a license. And that opens up a big opportunity for us in order to be able to navigate through the state, and that's why we're confident about our ability to be extremely successful in the state of Washington, because we use all of our own business skills and abilities, and my team and everybody I have on my team, and I do have a great team, and we're going to be able to do very well in the state of Washington. It's just barely in its infancy. But here, out of those 18 of those 25 dispensaries, I think it's important for us to note that those 18 of the 25 still produced $3.8 million in the first month. So that's kind of phenomenal and it gives us a glimpse into the potential for our industry here as a company, because if those 18 stores with limited products and limited skills and abilities, they still produce $3.8 million. Imagine what's possible when the state gets more implemented throughout the state. This industry is, there's a vast amount of people that come into the states. If you look at Colorado, where Colorado produced, I think, over $38 million in 1 month, and they're a state with only 5 million people, because there's a big influx of people who travel into the state in order to get products as well. I'm almost at the end of the slides, and I'll give you guys an opportunity to ask me questions. For the remainder of the year, we'll continue to focus on the recreational side of business. That's what we believe that the real source for USEI's future and potential is on the recreational side. We have a presence in the state. We've kind of gone through regulatory people. We know some of the legal sides, and we believe that as we continue to move with this side of business, we'll have great success in the state of Washington and where we plan to go next. And we believe that's Oregon and Nevada. Oregon actually votes on November the 4th to accept cannabis or not. Some of the advantages we think we have for these new states as they open, you have Alaska and you have Florida. We're not going to try to go to Florida because proximity is probably not very good for us, but our advantages we think that we have, because we've been doing this for a few months, and again, we're still in a very new industry, legal cannabis. We believe that the teams that we've established, the partnerships we have, the legal, the other companies we have, especially like our relationship with American Green and a few other public companies we've not mentioned, it gives us an opportunity to navigate into new states as they come online, and we think we'll be able to make better progress. And we believe that our success is going to be built upon the success we had this so far. And I'm not trying to say that we're like, we're doing incredibly well here. We're doing great, and I think that we've established ourselves a platform that will take us on to the future. And we're pretty excited about what we're doing for USEI. We have a great revenue model that we think that going forward we're going to be in positive territory, pretty quickly. Thanks. That's the end of my slides, and I thank you guys for coming and listening, and I hope that if you have any questions, I look forward to any questions you don't have here. You can always email me, and I'll address those questions as well. So I'll give it back to you, Darren. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Let me queue up the questions. Give me a couple of seconds.
So sorry, I was going fast, trying to get them all in 30 minutes. So.
Okay, Anthony, the first question is, will there be any significant changes to the share structure, such as an AS increase or a reverse split within these next few months?
A reverse split, no. I'm not a reverse split fan. It's just not something I've done in 18 years. I think I've done it twice. Out of all the firms I've been, it's just not something I do. I can't speak to the fact of adding additional shares because I have some other plans for the stock, which might even include another dividend. So I can't really speak to that side, but I can speak to there's not going to be a reverse split for sure.
Okay, we're hearing a little echo. You don't have more than one laptop on the web platform, do you? In that room?
No, yeah, all that.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little echo. Okay. Yeah, maybe turn down your speakers maybe a little bit.
Wow. I'll turn it down a whole lot. Let's see what we get. Is that any better yet? Hang on.
Yeah, that's a little better, Anthony.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next question is, how much revenue has been brought in so far from the stores in Washington?
We have, 15, 16 days or so. We'll announce that when we file our quarterlies. I tell you we're selling every day, but you'll find that out when we file our quarterlies in about 2 weeks or so.
Okay. Any near-term plans to become fully reporting and file audited financial statements?
I would love to do that. One of the things, we always said that we would like to get back to that point. I think 9 months before I came on USEI, we were a fully reporting, bulletin board company, and they filed. The management's decision was before me to file a Form 15. My girlfriend's a CPA, and we are, we constantly try to make sure our financials are in audit financial condition always. The new rules say we have to stay within for the 1 cent, and obviously we're far from there. So if we get to that point, I think we'll do that. Right now, it's not a major priority. It can be a priority if needed, but right now it's not a major priority. We just continue to keep our financials in a condition where they are audit ready, if indeed we go that route.
Next question. Are you pursuing opportunities to expand in Oregon?
Yeah. I can't speak to some of those things right now, but we do have some representation to Oregon, and our hope is that we will have some significant business in Oregon. One of the important things is to try to get ahead of everybody. I think that's what we found in Colorado. We were a little bit behind the gun in Colorado, so it made it very difficult. Oregon, again, we've already created Oregon corporations as well, so we can do legal business in Oregon. We do have an office, a small office in Oregon that we're sharing, and we believe that Oregon is a big opportunity for us, especially if we get there early enough. And some of the people that I mentioned that had licenses in the state of Washington, they just had a location and paid the $250 for the license, and they're not necessarily business folks, but they got a license. So some of the objectives is that if we can get ahead in Oregon, then we'll be better off. Our goal is to go everywhere where cannabis is legal, but we can just logistically do that. And if we can do that, we're going to continue to try to do that.
You have any outlook on Measure 91 in Oregon?
Well, the vote, I guess, is on the 4th I mentioned before. We're following it, and we do have an attorney that is very familiar with it, and our goal is to try to do that. we try to go as Nevada. Nevada, you know, our counsel is a Nevada attorney, and he's been trying to help us as well. You know, Oregon is at least a little easier than it was Nevada. Nevada, all of the casino owners got the licenses. The initial ones are issued out for medical, and when they go recreational, it's going to be even, you know, worse. But the opportunity for Nevada and Oregon, we think that, you know, having attorneys and they're already looking at the law, trying to figure out how we can fit in. I think they're both important for us. You know, we on the legal side, let them do what they need in order for us to be able to make it into those locations.
Next question. How soon may the next PR announcement be? Week of elections? So I guess they're maybe trying to ask maybe what's the next milestone. But they asked, go ahead.
The most significant would be that we have, you know, we have procured this license that we've been on. We actually have, in all actuality, we have an opportunity for 3 different licenses. So we're not just looking at one. We have 3 before us, and they're not all just that you bought one license. They're very expensive, but we would love to have control and operation for some of these. The goal is that we're kind of, our hands are tied by regulatory stuff, by legal stuff, and by operational stuff, and we're not. I know everybody wants to have press more than not, but for us, you know, it's very difficult to just put press out that's meaningless. And I spoke to investors. My goal is not just throwing press out just because I'm throwing press out. I know people would love me to have more press. I tell people all the time I don't see any real benefit to press because every time we put press out, the stock goes down. So it doesn't feel good when I put out press and the stock moves negatively. Like I mentioned to you before, we made $100,000 in revenue in 2013 and put out revenue that we made $100,000. Yay, and we thought it was going to be great. The stock went down. So I'm not like a press fan, but I will continue to put out press as we make major milestones. And you know, I would invite people to call me, send me emails, and I do respond for information if they want. But as far as just banging out press, it's not my style. But I will be a little bit more informative in the future. That's what I've already committed to doing.
Gotcha. One question. You talk about opportunities for USEI. What is your outlook if Big Pharma and tobacco comes in to play? I know they're sitting on the sidelines now, but does that changes the environment for all the small players like yourself? Is it? I
think it's insignificant. To be honest with you, the opportunities in cannabis are just massive. You know, the only thing that I see that where there's a big opportunity for big business is probably if indeed they come in and they try to take over the medical side of products and try to get those into retail markets. But as far as the big tobacco, I know tobacco is going to have to look at some parts because they've lost a lot of market share with vaping. Where, you know, right now we sell vape pens, and you can screw on an atomizer on top of a pen, and you can smoke, cannabis. I can smoke it right next to you. You don't even know. So they're losing share there for, you know, both sides. I think that they'll probably come in, but I think the opportunity is so massive. I don't see how they can take over.
Next question. May there be much more dilution left for shareholders to take on? The share price is very low.
You know, share price is low is not because of dilution, and that's a fallacy here. You look at all these other companies that are out there that have way more dilution than we have. Our share price is because of manipulation, market manipulation, not because of dilution. That's just illogical. You know, you look at companies like that 5 and 10 billion shares out there, and their stocks at 6, and some of them have done nothing. I know one company's got like 3 billion shares, and they haven't put a press release out in 9 weeks, and their stock's still sitting at a penny. So you cannot say that dilution is the issue. I just think that's a fallacy to believe that's the point. Every market can sustain some dilution. That's not even an issue. The issue for dilution is not the problem. It's just when people aggressively, just short stocks, and that's my opinion, and I'll stick to that opinion because this stock was even lower when they had less shares in the marketplace. So you can't tell me that dilution is an issue. I think dilution is a natural part of any business. What's a bad part of business is when you take on so much dilution that you have to reverse split the stock. That's not what I think. I think that's the hurtful thing, not dilution.
You might can't answer this question, but the question is, how far out in time would you predict a 25-cent or higher share price?
Yeah, it's like listen. I mean, I'll go here. I don't really look at the market and price at all. I was involved with. There's a time with my company, US Food. I told you before. We were at. We went from $1. Went from 80 cents down to 10 cents, and then we did some. We got some patents, and the stock went from 10 cents to $1.40. So, and I've seen other stocks that went from 44 to 60 a day. I mean, I've seen stocks do some miraculous things. So I think we don't really, count it out. Markets went really crazy, recently, and we went up 7,000%. So I think everything's possible, but that number might be illogical. But I still believe that our goal is to continue to build a business, and the price will one day become commensurate with that. At least that's my opinion from my experiences for the 18 years I've been doing this. I've always seen prices go down, but I've always seen prices go back up, and I've seen them go up prolifically. And I believe that in this sector, that the cannabis sector has an enormous opportunity for a massive growth potential because of all the potentials that are here. If we're producing revenues in excess of $1 million next year, $2 million next year, we shouldn't be sitting on a stock that's anywhere under a cent. Our NAV should be sitting on a stock that's in the cent range. You look at all these other companies that have projected great things and they've done nothing yet. They're still all on hope. We're past hope. We're into some implementation. I can't say we're in massive implementation, but I think that we continue to grow, we'll have a better share value. And I think that's what's going to be the great hope for our share price, is us taking our business plan and progressively executing it so that everybody benefits from that.
Okay. Next question. What is USEI's current grow operation with American Green?
Well, we have a project we have here in Hemet and here in California, and we're right now we're kind of transitioning from a product that we had already in there. We're trying to get new products in there. It is kind of somewhat difficult sometimes because of the way things work. But we were looking to Charlotte's Web, and now we're looking at putting new plants in. And it takes a bit of time to get them all going. But it is absolutely underway, and we got testing coming up, and we believe that we're going to have a great project there for the American Green project. But let me say something again about American Green. We've looked at probably 4 or 5 different projects with American Green, and we'll continue to look at different projects with American Green. We believe them to be our big brother in some sense, because we have a lot of likes. Steph and I like Steph a lot, and I work with him very well. And I think that we are the USEI is strong and have a relationship with American Green, and we think that in the future, that project we're going to hopefully have even greater projects together, because we think that collectively we can do some great things together for sure.
We only have one more time for one more question. The last question: how far in the future would you think a buyback or share dividend might happen?
Share dividend may be faster than what you think. Okay. Buyback, I don't see a buyback. I think that's a poor usage of capital. Buyback, it just makes no sense to me at all. The company needs to grow. Companies do buybacks. The companies have made a lot of revenue going forward. Granted, next year we believe we're going to make. If all things go the way we hope to plan, we'll generate millions of dollars in revenues in 2014. And if that's something we see that's relevant to do, we may make that decision. But for us, we think that maybe more beneficial than the buyback for sure.
Well, that ends our Q&A session. Anthony, do you have any last comments about USEI?
No, I just say that, for investors who have, questions, which everybody does, I try to respond to questions. There's some people who contact me all the time, and I do respond. I am accessible, even though, this year I've traveled 76 days, and I think I'm traveling tomorrow. So, we're constantly on the road trying to get everything done. I can only show you one thing, that we're working every day, and we're working to build a company, and we're not just sitting around on hope. This is not a stock hike and pump and dump kind of thing. If it was, trust me, we're putting out a lot more press. We have a real company here. We have a real goals and objectives, and we think going forward we're going to have a great company. And that's what our goal is, to just build a great company. And we believe that all the greatness that cannabis has for us will be evident quite soon.
Well, thank you, Anthony. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. Our next presentation is at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, and Indo Expo Trade Show. Our next presenter is Bruce Methven. Bruce is business law attorney and owner of Methven and Associates. Bruce, I will now turn the screen over to you. Okay, Bruce, the screen is turned over to you.
Okay, got it. And everybody at this point should be seeing my PowerPoint. And I hope that's the case. So we're going to be talking today about taking a company public with a direct public offering.
Yeah, Bruce, this is Derwin. Could you put it in presentation mode, slideshow mode? Yeah, down at the bottom, the bottom right where you see the 89%, it's a little glass, like little cup there.
89%.
Yeah, you see that 89%? You might can't see it. It's
no, I can't.
It's down at the bottom right of your slides, and yeah, and it's a little cup there. Go to the right a little more, one more, and press that.
Got it. Okay, is that working better?
It still didn't go up. Try to press it one more time. Yeah, I guess that's good enough. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, there you go. Okay.
Great. Derwin, I'm getting a little bit of echo when I talk. Is there something we can do about that? Oh, well, it just went away. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about going public, taking a company public with a direct public offering. My name is Bruce Methven. I've been a securities law attorney for, far too many years, I would say. And securities laws, just as a background, apply basically whenever a company is raising money, whether it's selling stock or promissory notes or convertible promissory notes, whatever the investment is, the securities laws apply. And by way of background, before I get into the specifics of a direct public offering, you start with the assumption that when you're making an offering, and there are several different types of offerings that can be made, that both state and federal law apply unless there is an exception of one sort or another. On the federal level, kind of vanilla, traditional vanilla offering is a Rule 506B offering, which is basically a private offering, meaning that there are restrictions on what you can say publicly. We now have, as of about a year ago, of course, the Rule 506C offering, which allows full public advertising, but unfortunately is limited to accredited investors only. And as you may know, that's basically people who have $1 million in net worth, not counting their residence, or are making $200,000 a year. So it's obviously a pretty restricted group of investors. The other problem has been that there are additional disclosure requirements that investors have to make in a 506C public offering, or publicly advertised offering, I should say. And at least a lot of my clients are finding that investors are very resistant to doing that, as opposed to the traditional 506B offering. Now, of course, we also have the Jobs Act, and the SEC, to everyone's incredibly great frustration, has not finalized its rules on either crowdfunding or the Reg A plus offerings. Very difficult to know when this is going to happen. There was a presentation down in Southern California a month or two ago where there was somebody from the SEC, and based on what that person said, at least some of the audience felt that it meant that the SEC would release the final rules on these two things by the end of October. I would love it if that's true. The SEC is way overdue on this. But, you got to take this stuff with probably a, 50-pound barrel of salt, because there's always all kinds of rumors about what the SEC is going to do, and they frequently turn out to be wrong. In any case, if the SEC does release the rules, final rules for crowdfunding and for Reg A+, then there's going to be some other avenues for companies to explore, and so I'll probably be back on this webinar again talking about that as well. But today we're going to be talking about going public with a direct public offering. Okay, so what is a direct public offering? So one of the advantages is you get to raise money with full public advertising. That, again, is something that a lot of offering types don't allow. It allows all types of investors to invest. And as you heard from my description of the Rule 506C with the definition of accredited investors, there are a lot of times with securities offerings, there are requirements that the investors have to meet before they can invest. Nice thing about a direct public offering, any type of investor can invest. Also, it allows you, if you want, to create a market to buy and sell the stock, and doing that will provide a way for managers and prior investors to sell their stock. One of the big problems, of course, for investors investing in a private company is that generally, if they're going to try to sell their stock down the road, they've got to find their own buyer, whether it's somebody new or somebody who's already an existing investor. And what a direct public offering can do, if it's done right, is, or if you follow through with all of the steps, is the stock can get listed on the over-the-counter market, and that will create a market for people to be able to buy and sell the stock. So how does a DPO differ from an IPO? So an IPO is an initial placement offering. You've heard of Facebook's IPO and all these other large IPOs. IPOs are different for a couple reasons. One of them is they have what's called an underwriter involved who actually handles the sales process. There are some downsides to an IPO also for a smaller company or a growing company that hasn't reached a large enough size. One of the problems, though, is that if the company doesn't raise the minimum amount of money approved by the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, for the offering, then the offering fails and no money's raised. Another problem with an IPO is the company has to be large enough and strong enough financially to qualify for the NASDAQ or another stock exchange. And this has gotten increasingly difficult to do. It was a lot easier when NASDAQ first got started. And in fact, when NASDAQ first got started, the idea was that companies that couldn't qualify to get on, for example, the New York Stock Exchange, could qualify to get on NASDAQ. But as time has gone on, unfortunately, NASDAQ keeps raising its requirements of the companies to be listed on that exchange. And in fact, ironically, when NASDAQ, which is itself a public company, first was out there raising public money, it would not be able to qualify these days under its own requirements that it now imposes on other companies. Anyway, so this is a bit of an issue, obviously, for companies. And their IPO process takes longer and costs more than a direct placement offering also. There's just a lot more hoops that you have to jump through for an IPO. So how does a DPO trade? So it trades, assuming you follow through all the steps, it trades on the over-the-counter bulletin board, and you can see the web link there at otcmarkets.com. And if you go to that website, you'll see that there are different tiers of companies depending on how much public information each company is releasing. When you complete a direct public offering, the stock is trading as a fully reporting company, and that means that the company has to file, as part of this process, once the SEC has approved the offering, has got to file quarterly reports with the SEC, which is both good and bad. I mean, it's kind of a pain to have to do the quarterly reporting. On the other hand, it makes your disclosure to the public easy because you are doing exactly the sorts of things you would probably be reporting anyway. The stock on a DPO actually trades through stockbrokers. Different owners have to set up an account with a stockbroker and to be able to buy or sell their stock. So again, the mechanism is that somebody who wants to trade in the stock sets up an account with a stockbroker, generally one of the smaller stockbrokers, because a lot of the large ones will not, they don't want to deal with the OTC markets because in their view there's not enough money there for them to, well, make a large commission on. Okay, so what are the steps that you have to go through if you're considering doing a DPO? So this is an optional step, but frequently a company will conduct a Rule 506B offering. That's the traditional private federal offering to obtain the needed shareholders and raise some money. One of the reasons for this is a lot of times companies don't have a lot of shareholders at this stage. And to be able to get a trading symbol and trade, FINRA, which is the organization that regulates stockbrokers and brokerage houses and exchanges, basically, it requires that a company have at least 35 different investors in order to be able to qualify for trading. And FINRA's thought on that is if you don't have at least 35 shareholders, the market is just not going to be big enough to really make trading effective. Okay, another thing that has to be done is that the books have to be audited. And this is, this will depend, of course, on how good a shape the company's books are in currently. When we say the books are audited, they unfortunately can't be audited usually by the company's regular CPA. The reason is we're talking about a very special type of audit here. It's called a PCAOB audit, but what it really means is that the accounting firm that does it has to be specially licensed with the SEC to do audits for companies that either are public or are going public. You also have your attorney file a Form S-1 application with the SEC. There's kind of a public part to the application, which is what's going to be given to potential investors. And then there's kind of a private part where the SEC wants more information to approve the application, but the SEC figures that this additional information is too complicated to help investors really make an investment decision. So it's kind of handled as a separate part of the application. So the application is submitted to the SEC. The SEC usually takes a couple months to look at it and may require some changes in it. but at some point you do get the approval, and then after you get the approval from the SEC, you apply to FINRA to get the trading symbol for the company. And there's an application that has to be involved, and you have to get a stockbroker willing to sponsor the stock. Frequently, it's actually the attorney who drafts the application, but it's technically the stockbroker who submits it to FINRA. Once FINRA grants the trading symbol for the company, then you go to the DTC, which regulates or basically clears trades between stockbrokers. They're kind of an electronic clearinghouse for stock trades, and get approval for electronic broker trading. Then after that, you basically apply to otcmarkets.com to get listed there. That's actually kind of about the easiest of all these steps, because at this point you've gotten everything lined up and approved and have all the documents and everything. So it's really just more an administrative task to get listed on otcmarkets.com. And then the final step, although it's really an important one, is you start an investor relations campaign, because merely getting your company listed on the over-the-counter market isn't going to really tell the world about it. You've got to get the message out there that your company is available for trading on OTC markets, and here are all the things that you're doing and how the company is going to be growing. And so you hire basically an investor relations person or firm to go get out the word through all kinds of methods: social media, press releases, appearances at investor conferences, maybe a trade show for your industry. It really kind of depends on the individual company, but there's kind of a whole range of things that the investor relations campaign people will do to get the word out there to people so they know about the stock, start buying it. And then what you're trying to do, of course, is have a nice gradual but always upward movement on the stock on the over-the-counter market. Okay, so let's go back into conducting a Rule 506B offering. Actually, I've covered some of this already. Main reason to do one is you've got to have a company with at least 35 investors to get a trading symbol. Companies also sometimes use it to raise some interim money along the way. Generally, the minimum investment is kept low to maybe about $1,000, because you really are trying to get at least 35 investors. So you don't want to discourage people. On the other hand, you may be able to raise some serious money also at this stage. A 506B is, although it's nationwide, you can have investors in any state. Actually, you can have them anywhere in the world, really. What you can't do is what they call public advertising, which is kind of a term of art in securities law. You can tell basically people publicly about the company and about what it's doing, but like on your website or your social media site, you cannot say anything for this particular type of offering about stock price or past offerings, current offerings, future offerings. Rates of return are usually a bit iffy, although if you're careful, you may be able to state a range of returns. And then at least on your website and social media, other public places, you can also put something that says, if you're interested in finding out more about us, click here, fill out our investor questionnaire, and we can then give you all kinds of information about the company, which of course would be what your current 506B offering is. Now, the requirements on investors for the 506B is that they have to be either accredited or sophisticated. We talked about accredited earlier. That's $1 million in net assets, not counting the personal residence. Or sophisticated. And sophisticated means one of two things. Either one will work. One is that the investor personally is sophisticated with respect to investments. So you're looking at things like their career, their education, and their investment experience to determine if they're able to make intelligent decisions about investments like this. The other way somebody can be sophisticated, though, is that they have an independent financial advisor who can advise them on making this investment. And by independent, what we mean is, the company can't pay for that investment advisor. Company can't lend its CPA to be the investment advisor. It's really got to be somebody paid for by the investor and with no ties to the company that's raising the money. So in general, what tends to happen is that it's the officers, directors, employees, and consultants of the company that locate the investors, because usually you're trying to show that there's some prior relationship with the company. And I won't go into the details here. It's possible actually to create enough of a prior relationship if you've got at least 30 days to do it and you provide a potential investor with a lot of information about the company. But that's really kind of a topic for a different seminar. And as a practical matter anyway, really the people who are going to be investing at this stage are going to be people who know somebody connected with the company. That's generally where the investors are going to be coming from. Trying to get investors who've had no contact before this is an issue. All right, so let's go over to having the books audited. And again, I have spoken about some of this already. I mentioned that accounting firms got to be approved by the PCAOB, and unless they have this particular type of license, they can't prepare audited financials for the company. There are accountants that will do this for a reasonable fee, with the understanding that they will become the accountants then for the quarterly SEC reports that are going to be required. And we do know some accountants who will charge a reasonable fee. By the way, I should warn you, I mean, if you go to like one of the big accounting firms and ask them to do a PCAOB audit, you will probably pass out immediately on the spot when they tell you what price they want to charge you is. So, but there are accountants out there, again, small firms who will do this for a much, much more reasonable fee. The audit itself can take between 2 or 3 weeks to 2 or 3 months. It really depends on how good a shape the company's books are in to begin with. So generally when you're the company, before you turn over your books to a PCAOB auditing firm for the audit, you want to have your own CPA go through and try to get everything in as good an order as possibly can be done. That will certainly speed up the formal auditing process and, can cut down on the cost of it also. Okay, filing the S-1 application with the SEC. As I mentioned, it's you have an attorney draft the S-1 offering circular. The offering circular is actually the part that goes to the investors. Then there's the part I also mentioned that only the SEC sees, and these are frequently a lot of exhibits. So the attorney files with the SEC, responds to any SEC requests for changes or questions, and the review and comment process takes usually from 60 to 120 days, depending on how much the SEC has in the way of questions. Well, that's pretty much all I can say about it. It really depends a lot on the particular company and their history as to how long this review process may take. Then you, as I mentioned before, you get the FINRA trading symbol. The attorney prepares Form 211. A licensed securities broker who's willing to do this type of work files the form with FINRA. By the way, many securities brokers will not do this. There's probably, I think there's about 20 to 25 in the whole country who are willing to do this type of work. FINRA reviews the form, grants a stock trading symbol, and their approval takes about 1 to 2 months. Again, it depends a bit on the past history and documentation regarding the company. And then you go to the DTC to get the approval so the brokers can electronically trade the stock. That's really crucial because these days the brokers only trade electronically. You know, the days of paper trading are way gone. So I'd mentioned before the DTC is a clearinghouse to settle securities trades between brokers. And again, you know, with assistance from the attorney, the same stockbroker who submitted the FINRA application applies for DTC approval, and this lets brokers handle this all electronically. Takes about 30 days. The listing on the OTC markets, the attorney prepares this, but as I mentioned before, at this point you've gone through getting all of your paperwork and financials you know, set up and approved for this. So this point is usually very fast. And then once the listing is approved, trading can begin immediately. But you do need to think very hard, very seriously, I should say, about the investor relations campaign. So, you know, I told you before, you know, somewhat the IR or investor relations team does. One of the things they do is they form a consortium of licensed stockbrokers who are willing to sell the stock. Stockbrokers tend to have specialization in certain types of stock, and so some brokers may be interested in a company's stock and what the company does, and others may not be. So one of the things the IR team does is form basically a loose group of stockbrokers who are willing to handle the stock. And then the IR team, as I mentioned before, gives information to investor groups, raising capital conferences, possibly industry trade shows, depending, licensed securities brokers and others. And a big part of this is ongoing press releases. Oh, and videos. Often videos these days are used a lot by the company. Potential investors, I think people in general these days are pretty attuned or looking for videos. So we sometimes encourage our companies to, you know, have videos, even though, you know, frankly, it may not show that much from an investment decision point of view, but the fact that there's a video seems to get more people interested. Okay, so there's some other advantages to doing a DPO besides those that I've already mentioned. One is that the company can often give service providers stock instead of cash. Obviously, this can be very helpful if the company is trying to retain as much cash as it can, you know, for growth and other things. So this is often useful. Sometimes companies get involved with joint venture partners who can help the operation in one form or another. And again, the joint venture partners can often be given stock or stock options as a way to get them involved in the company. One last thing I would say is that the offering can be, and in fact should be, structured so that the stock that the company has issued previously, including any Rule 506B offering, including any offerings going clear back to the start of the company, can be made free trading. And this is important because a lot of times on offerings, the stock is restricted under Rule 144. That's a federal rule that basically does two things. It imposes holding periods on the stock, 6 months if you're a reporting company, although most privately held companies are not reporting companies, or a year if you're not a reporting company. It also restricts how much stock management can sell. Basically, officers and directors and people who hold 10% or more of the stock can only sell in relatively small amounts each quarter under Rule 144. And so one of the nice things about doing a DPO is that when you set up your S1 application to get all the prior stock made free trading, and then all of those Rule 144 restrictions vanish upon the SEC approval of the offering, which can really be a nice thing for the founders in particular. All right, so that is the presentation for today, and at this point I am open for questions.
Thank you, Bruce. The first question is, I have heard the SEC is making DPO for cannabis companies extremely difficult. Is this true?
Well, I think it's more difficult than other companies. I'll be honest with you about that. On the other hand, you know, the SEC can't really block the offering. All they can really do is try to drag it out a bit longer. I think it also depends exactly what you're doing. You want to obviously try to make your company, to be blunt, look as non-threatening as possible.
Okay. All right. Next question is regarding private placements. So, what is the difference between the private placement and the direct public offering? What are some of the differences?
Yeah, with a private placement, and there are a couple different types, what you're always going to be confined by is the fact that you can't do full public advertising. And that can be a problem, obviously, if you don't have that advertising. So that's one of the big differences. I mean, the other is, generally with the public offerings, what you can do is have either very low requirements for investors or no requirements at all. So let me just give you a little bit of an example of that. Let's say you're in California, which I am, and you want to do a public offering, but you're only going to have investors in California. So you can go through a similar process to the one I just described, only you go through it with the California Department of Corporations, well, their securities division, and you submit an application and answer questions, and once you get approval, you can publicly advertise, and in California you can sell with minimal qualifications regarding investors, something like $150,000 in net worth and $75,000 in income. Obviously, vastly lower than the accredited investor standard. On the private offerings, kind of the advantage of them is they are much faster and easier than a public offering generally is. And that's because you don't have to go through any kind of approval process by anybody. You normally do have to prepare a private placement memorandum or some other sort of offering circular or disclosure document for the investors. But you can start selling basically as soon as you get your paperwork together, start selling stock or promissory notes if you happen to be doing that. As soon as you get that paperwork together, there are filings that have got to be made with the state and, depending on the type of offering you're doing, possibly the federal government, but there's no approval involved. And so, you know, particularly if you think that your company might run into a lot of resistance in getting a public offering approved, you might well want to look at a private offering. You know, again, a traditional 506B. In California, we would use something called a 25102F, which is extremely similar to a 506B, except that it also has a category beyond accredited and sophisticated, which is kind of what I call the friends, family, and colleagues category. So it's a nice method if you've got friends, family, business associates that you'd like to be able to have invest, but they're not accredited and you're not sure that they're even sophisticated. That is an option that you can do. So that's kind of some of the differences between the public and the private offerings. I mean, traditionally, again, the private ones cannot do public advertising, but you don't have to get any pre-approval by any securities agency. The public ones, You do get the public advertising, but the price you pay is prior approval from the securities regulators. There is the one exception now, the 506C that I mentioned, the public 506, but as I mentioned also on that, the problem with that, it's limited to accredited investors only, and many companies find that just way too restrictive.
Another question is, Bruce, and let me see if I can kind of explain this. So a lot of people, a lot of entities, you know, they say that they can help you raise money, get funding. Do these entities have to be like a registered broker dealer to help you raise money? I mean, say you're raising $5 million and some person or entity comes to you and say they could help you raise this money, but you have to give them a percentage of the raise. Is that illegal? Does this entity that's helping you raise this money, do they have to actually be a broker dealer? Could you get any insight on that?
It's an excellent question. So it makes a difference here whether your offering is crossing state lines or is restricted to a single state. Long ago, the feds used to allow, well, let me back up. Brokers can always raise money this way for commission. That's always the case. Somebody's got a right broker's license, they can do this. What we're talking about really, though, here is what we call finders. And a finder is somebody who doesn't have a broker's license, who wants to raise money for you on a commission basis. And the feds used to allow this on like 506 offerings, but a number of years ago the feds said, no, we're not going to allow this anymore. So you still can do it in certain states, though. For example, California and Texas both allow a single state offering and allow the use of finders. Again, somebody who gets paid a commission based on the money they bring in from investors, but doesn't have to be a licensed broker. Now, one thing is you've got to meet what they call the intra-state requirements so that the feds don't have authority over the offering. And to do that, there is what they call a safe harbor, which basically says that 80% of your assets, expenditures, and revenues all have got to be located in the state where the company is formed. So what this really is limited to as a practical matter are offerings in a state where the company is located and where most of your business is or is expected to be conducted. Now, between you and me, there is a Sixth Circuit case that says you can probably push the envelope to where the only requirement is that at least 51% of your revenues come from your home state. But you know, you got to decide whether you want to. We're in kind of a gray area here. You got to decide whether you want to push it that far or not. With the 80% rule, you absolutely know you're safe. So, for example, I mean, for a California company, California is, you know, a nice place for companies to raise money because there's a heck of a lot of people here in California, and California does allow finders. Not all states do, by the way. So there's many states that don't. But for example, if you're in California or you're in Texas, and that's where your company is incorporated, and you can, at least on this round of the offering, limit your investors to your state's residents, and you have a reasonable argument that, you know, most of your assets, revenues, and expenditures are going to be in that state. You can do this, and then you're free from federal regulation. You can use finders. You can pay them a commission. You know, you've got to be careful with the finders, though, for the following reason. All a finder can do is introduce a potential investor to the company. They can't, you know, tout the stock. In other words, they can't tell the potential investor, wow, this is a fabulous investment. They can't advise really either side. They certainly cannot set the terms or be involved in the terms of the stock price. All they can do is introduce the potential investor and the company, and that's it. If they stray outside of that, then they are in broker territory, and they've got problems because they've just violated the broker license rules. So one of the things you want to do if you are going to be using finders on one of these single state offerings is you want to sign an agreement, have a finder's agreement with the finders that says all this, that says, okay, you the finder, understand, you can only introduce us. Here's this other stuff you cannot do. And the reason for that is because although it's technically a broker's license violation, the securities regulators can, if they want, also come in and declare the offering null and void and make all the money be returned and, the whole 9 yards. So while on the surface it looks like the only person who might get in trouble are the finders, the reality is that it can be used to come down very hard on the company making the offering. So you want to be very clear, and you want your finders also. I mean, you don't want somebody wild and crazy who's going to tend to stray over the lines and try to convince investors to invest because they get a bigger commission. You want to avoid people like that. You want people you can trust as finders who understand the rules and are willing to stick to them.
Next question, Bruce. What type of offering needs to be done to make stock free trading?
Okay, so there's not a lot of free trading stock out there. All your private offerings are going to be restricted stock. Really, about the only two methods at this point, maybe three, depending on how you want to count it. So one would be the direct public offering, which I've already talked about. That will make the stock free trading. It's also possible to do a Reg A offering, although it's kind of painful in some ways to do it at this point. One of the advantages of doing a current Reg A as opposed to the SEC's new proposed Reg A+, one of the advantages of doing a Reg A is that the company does not become a reporting company with the SEC, which means you don't have to file the quarterly reports with the SEC. And yet the stock is free trading, at least the stock that is approved for the Reg A offering. Now, probably you can get the Reg A's are just not done very often, and I'll explain why in a minute. You might be able to get the SEC to go back and approve the prior stock as free trading as part of the Reg A offering as well. Again, there's just not very many Reg A's done. At least the stock, at the very least, the stock that was issued in the Reg A offering is definitely free trading, and I think you can make a good argument that the prior stock becomes a very good argument, actually, as I think about it, that the prior stock can become free trading also, as long as you put that in your application to the SEC. The real problem with Reg A is that it does not preempt the state securities laws. So if for the initial sales coming from the company on the Reg A stock, you've got to get approval for each state where there's going to be a buyer. And unfortunately, what happens is a lot of states are really difficult to get approval for this sort of thing from. We've had success in getting approval from California, New York, New Jersey, and a couple more states. But you're basically only going to be able, companies only going to be able to sell Reg A stock to investors in the states where you apply for and get the approval of that state. Now you can actually, if you are cagey about this or wise about this, there's a method where you can, where the states where you want to, where you think you're going to have significant numbers of investments, because you sure don't want to do this in all 50 states. You want to really pick and choose your states. What you can do is run the state approval and the federal state approvals, plural, and the federal approval simultaneously. And there's a method for doing that, and you can set it up so that then when the SEC approves the Reg A offering, you are good to go in those states that you've had these simultaneous applications in. But you want to be careful, again, on which state you pick, because each state, you're paying filing fees, you're having to, do an application to them. Some of the states will accept what you file with the SEC. Other states want more information on top of that. So, you certainly wouldn't want to do that with all the states. Now, by the way, if the new Reg A plus rules are issued, at least if you're raising more than $5 million, all the states will be preempted. And in fact, if the SEC really does go through with the approval of the Reg A plus, I think this is going to be something that many companies are going to want to look at very seriously, because it's a way to go public. Oh, and I forgot to mention the rest of it. You can go through the same steps on a Reg A that you can on the direct placement offering here, and that is you can set it up so that you can trade on the over-the-counter markets. But again, Reg A doesn't require the quarterly filings with the SEC, which is a really nice thing not to have to deal with. So in any case, but at the moment, as I mentioned, given the fact you've got to get at least some states to approve your current Reg A as well as the SEC, people tend to shy away from it. But again, if the SEC releases its Reg A plus final rules, then I predict there's going to be a real explosion in this area of companies using this method.
Okay, I think you answered some of this. Are the private offerings the ones that give you free trading stock? What are the limits? So,
yeah, again, if it's a private offering, the stock is not going to be free trading in the sense that it will be bound by Rule 144. And so, in general, with a private company, because it's not a company that reports quarterly to the SEC, the minimum holding period would be 1 year. After that, people who are not officers, directors, or 10% plus owners would be able to can trade their stock freely, and the stock after that is unrestricted. Unfortunately, for officers, directors, and people owning 10% or more of the stock, even after a year, although you can start trading the stock, there are fairly restrictive limits on how much you can sell each quarter. If I recall correctly, it's 3% of the total outstanding stock of the company as a maximum each quarter. Well, I'm sorry, it's 3% actually of the I think it's 3% of the holdings that the individual officer or director has. So it's kind of obnoxious, frankly, for founders and others. But again, the only way to make it totally free trading is to either do a DPO with an S1 or, a Reg A, traditional Reg A at this point. Again, if the SEC finally does something on these proposed regs, there will be other avenues also. But those are really the only two to totally get away from Rule 144 at this point.
Next question. In Oregon, we are hopeful about legalization for recreational use. When obtaining investors for the purposes of a grow operation, how does the lack of federal legalization affect our ability to collect monies from individuals over state lines and on a worldwide scale?
Well, actually, worldwide is easier because the feds can't really do anything about investors from overseas. One of the big things in any securities offering is the idea of full disclosure. So you've got to state in the private placement memorandum or whatever you're giving to potential investors all of the risks involved in the investment. And you can never get in trouble by disclosing too much, only by disclosing too little. And you also, even on negative things, are certainly allowed to explain why you think it's not going to be a problem or how the company is going to deal with it or something like that. But I would certainly recommend that you disclose to investors the current state of federal law, the current state of the state's laws. And again, you know, if you think your company is something that might potentially cause problems at the federal level, maybe you want to look at a single state offering only, like in Oregon, limit it to an offering just within the state of Oregon.
Okay. Next question. Are there any issues with after you are trading as a real estate company, then you move on to cannabis consulting?
Well, no, in the sense that if you've got a real estate company that is publicly trading, it can change its line of business. What you'd have to do is, of course, on the investors, you're going to have to give them information about this becoming a cannabis company. I mean, what you're describing, though, is fairly close to a private company buying what they call a shell, which is a company that's previously traded and has trading rights on the over-the-counter markets, but for whatever reason is not being used, generally to be straightforward because their business model didn't work. But they've got this company now with a trading symbol and the ability to trade on the over-the-counter markets. So what some companies will do is buy one of these shells. There is a market for these things. It's kind of a somewhat perilous market. You can pay a lot for a shell. And you always you want to do a lot of due diligence on a shell before you buy it, because you're going to pick up whatever liabilities that company has had even in the past. So that can be done. But to get back to your question, in an existing company that trades, shift its business model, yes, but you're going to have to make sure that from that point on, that you've got publicly posted information that that is happening, and so investors know that they are investing in a company that is now, at least in part, changing its model and becoming a cannabis-related company. But yes, it can be done.
Okay, and what is the cost of a DPO, and also what is the cost of a private placement? And do you need a lawyer for a private placement?
Yeah, you probably do need a lawyer. I mean, unless you've got a lot of experience in securities offerings, then I would really not recommend you try to do this yourself. Now, we do have some clients who've been through a number of offerings with various companies, and they're very familiar with the documentation, and they are familiar with what has to be done and what can't be done. You know, and if you're in that category, great. I think you can probably do it on your own if you cross all the I's, dot all the T's. But I think for most companies, it would be really dangerous to try to do this on your own. It's just really easy to do things that violate the securities laws in one way or another. So cost of a private placement, I mean, this really, it depends in part on the type of private placement offering you're doing. You know, so for example, I mean, in California, we could probably do a 25102F private placement offering for about $6,000 to $8,000. If you were going to do a Rule 506 offering, it's probably going to be more like $8,000 to $10,000 plus an additional $1,000 in filing fees. $1,000 plus additional filing fees for each state where you're going to have at least one investor, because the states require filings for that sort of thing. For a DPO, you know, normally if you're just going to pay for it outright, you're probably looking at something on the order of $30,000 in attorney's fees and maybe an additional $10,000 in accounting fees. But with an S1, often you can get at least the attorneys to accept part of their fees in stock, You know, so you might be able to get a law firm to do it for possibly as little as $10,000 and take the rest of their compensation in stock in the company. But, you know, again, it really depends on the company and what you can negotiate. But again, I mean, as far as trying to do these on your own, again, unless you know what you're doing, I really don't recommend it. There's just, you know, a lot of little things you can do wrong.
Last question, Bruce. What's expected on the Reg A Plus?
Well, the Reg A Plus is going to essentially expand Reg A. Currently, Reg A is limited to $5 million or less. What the Reg A Plus does actually is open up another category, which is offerings greater than $5 million. And the big advantage is that on the offerings for $5 million or more, all of the state securities laws are preempted, which means once you get approval from the SEC, the company can sell to investors anywhere in the country. And that is a huge advantage. And again, the other difference with the Reg A, both types, traditional and the Reg A Plus versus the DPOs. With the DPO, the company becomes a reporting company and has got to file those quarterly reports with the SEC, although certainly mechanisms can and are set up for that. But, you know, it's still something that's got to be done, and it's kind of a pain in that regard. But the Reg A's don't have that. So, again, you know, if the Reg A Plus gets approved by the SEC, at least if you're raising more than $5 million, then you won't have to worry about state approval, and you won't have to be a reporting company with the SEC, but the stock will all be free trading, and you can still go ahead and get listed on the over-the-counter markets. So, to my way of thinking, I think that's going to make it very attractive for companies, at least those that are looking for $5 million or more in funds.
Well, that concludes our Q&A session. Bruce, you have any last comments?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, if any of you have questions, you're welcome to shoot me an email at my email address there, and I'm happy to respond to you.
Well, thank you, Bruce. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. Our next presentation is at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Bruce.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, and Indo Expo Trade Show. Our presenter today is from C3 International Incorporated, also doing business as Idrasil. The founder and president is Steele Smith. Steele, I will now change the screen over to you. Okay, Steele, you should. Hey, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me today. So we about ready?
Yep, we are ready. We can see your screen.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here today. We are C3 International Incorporated. We are the holding company for the intellectual property that manufactures Idrasil. Idrasil is the first standardized and consistent medical cannabis pill written by physicians on their pad, Idrasil 25 milligrams, SIG, reimbursable by major insurance and workman's comp in California.
Steele, could you?
Is the manufacturer
hey, Steele.
of patented Idrasil.
Steele, could you make your put your slides in presentation view? That thing, the little icon down at the bottom right. Yeah, right there. Thank you. Okay.
C3 is the manufacturer of patents pending Idrasil, a breakthrough pharmaceutical-grade alternative medical cannabis in a standardized and consistent tablet, 25 milligrams. Idrasil provides all of the medicinal benefits of cannabis without the risks of smoking or the unpredictable dosages of edible confections. Idrasil eliminates the negative social stigmas associated with marijuana and replaces them with a mainstream, all-natural nutraceutical, pure cannabis, standardized and consistent in a 25 milligram tablet. Idrasil, PRN, or QD for quality of life. QOL is a common instruction for physicians. A doctor can prescribe or recommend walking or exercise for quality of life. So QOL is a pretty standard term. The first and only all-natural medical cannabis prescription recognized and paid for by many health insurance providers in California. We are currently reimbursed by these 4 major insurers in California, as well as California Workmen's Compensation Program. Our revenue assumption model is $9,000 per patient per year, broken down by various vertical markets. In California, the population to the right of each vertical market, acute or chronic pain, is 9 million plus people. Nausea and vomiting related to chemotherapy is plus 1.5 million people. Sleep disorders in California, about 9.5 million. The mental disorder category, we're putting depression, anxiety, ADD, and ADHD all together, nearly 11 million persons. Total addressable patient population is 31 million plus people. Figure a penetration estimate of 0.25%. That's 78,000 persons at $9,000 per year. So you can kind of do the math on that. We feel we have a very conservative penetration estimate of 0.25%, and I think you could easily go to 1% or 5% and still see some very exciting numbers there. Our financial model stabilized is our revenue per patient. There's the $9. With a penetration estimate of 0.25% is total revenue of $702 million. Our costs per patient are currently $6,000 per year per patient, with a penetration estimate of, I see an error there in that number right there, I apologize, but the difference is the $468 million. Apologize for that. EBITDA, right there. Gross profit margin at 67%. Insurance decapitation rate, we are billing $750 a month per bottle. In certain insurance markets, we bill $1,500 a bottle because the insurance companies capitate the rate as much as 50%. So we make sure that we still get at least our retail price. The market. The largest share is in California of a national market, $2 billion, while in Colorado and Washington states offer a faster growing and more recreational market. California, Colorado, and Washington states dominate this market, currently representing 90% of the sales across the country. Under the current state laws, there are 30 million potential patients eligible for medical cannabinoid therapeutics. Our operating plan. So we raised our first dollars in 2010, and from 2010 to 2012 we met these milestones. got a proof of concept for Idrasil. We developed our team of advisors. We established our laboratory and production. We defined and acquired and protected all of our IP, including our genetics. We've developed our operating plan. We've acquired facilities and capital and equipment. And we've begun to organize our licensing and organization for C3PA, as well as the trademark for Idrasil. Leading through early of 2014 and late of 2013 was our development phase, where we scaled and built out our facilities. Currently, we operate 30,000 square feet in Garden Grove, California, producing about 200 pounds every month. We're a hydroponic facility. We've developed new Idrasil packaging and fulfillment and security features that are ISO 2016 compliant for Schedule II drugs. We're using a new package designed in conjunction with a major packaging manufacturer. We're expanding our capital equipment. We're developing alliance partners. We've expanded our security cameras and physical barriers. We have developed our sales and marketing plan. We have expanded our key staff and our advisory team. We are currently billing health insurance successfully. This is the first and only cannabis product in U.S. history. We are expanding and engaging with our big pharma awareness, and we have established doctor networks. In this expansion phase for 2014 and forward, we will activate our doctors network plan. That plan encompasses prescription pads that are pre-printed and pre-populated with the physician's information for ease of use. This is the way that Big Pharma currently makes it easy for physicians to write drugs that are regularly being detailed by pharma reps, of which we have a dozen pharma reps up and down the state, each of them individually with a minimum of 5 years pharma rep experience. We are activating our full-scale California marketing and branding plan via major media. That will be the plan that is from this expansion final round of funding. Our expansion on our grow facilities is currently complete. We are educating our national market about Idrasil. We are acquiring additional IP, and we are developing a dozen new additionally branded products with those related billing codes. Our distribution plan. So this is how the plan generally looks as a structure. Our C3 Idrasil network is our physicians that our drug reps have detailed, and those physicians are interested in writing Idrasil to their patients. Through license and service agreements from our network to the state cooperatives, Idrasil prescribing medical groups, which are hospitals and doctors of over 3, as well as care providers, specialty hospitals, hospice, and other medical facilities. And through those entities, we reach doctors and ultimately Idrasil patients. This is done through a very sophisticated education, direct marketing, advertising, and web presence that we have developed over the past 4 years. Our management team. I am the president and CEO of C3 International Incorporated. It is a California C Corp that is organized as the holding company for the intellectual property for Idrasil. My wife, Teresa Smith, is the vice president and director of C3 Patients Association. That is the nonprofit organized under California state law to legally distribute Idrasil to patients in California. Leon Fleischman is a professional consulting CFO that has 20 years experience with 3 different billionaires in the country. Bradley Morgan is my finance director. Seth Yakatan from Caton Associates is our consultant. Mark Wagner, Dr. Mark Wagner is our medical director. Mundy Otto Reimer is my laboratory director. Jason Pitkin is our government relations. Joni Bell is patient services. She has 4 patient services reps under her. Ryan De Medeiros is our sales manager. He has 12 reps under him. Barbara Nolta is our admin director. She has 5 staff under her. And Doug Pettibone is our corporate counsel. He has 9 other attorneys on our retainer, under our retainer agreements under his direction. The deal. Our growth strategy is to launch Idrasil sales and marketing campaigns via a diverse set of first-time ad markets in U.S. history on TV. This ad, first ad, is currently placed. It's a spot ad of 30 seconds on our website. It's actually a promo teaser ad that we've been marketing for the past year. Next, we will expand our existing product line to 12 SKUs. We will enhance Idrasil's laboratory facilities, of which we are currently building out and bringing our laboratory in-house. Construction will be complete by December. January 1st of 15, we will be in full production and will not have to use a outside third-party laboratory of which we had leased. And we will continue to expand our intellectual property book, because that is the property that is going to be the sale at exit strategy. The goal is to ultimately sell C3 to Big Pharma. The last sale in the Big Pharma space was the Marinol intellectual property. You can Google this. That IP sold for $3.6 billion as expired synthetic Delta-9 IP that after 25 years most physicians will tell you that it doesn't work because it lacks CBD. CBD and THC work synergistically in what's known as an entourage effect in order to receive medicinal effects in the patient. Sorry, it jumped there. Okay, that's actually the, that's the end of the presentation. I have a more expanded presentation with some financials and some projections. If anybody is interested, they can contact me directly, and I would be more than happy to send them the expanded presentation as well as the private placement memorandum. I can open the presentation to any questions at this time.
Thank you, Steele. Give me a couple of seconds to queue up the questions. First question, Steele. Do you currently have a marketing team? How many people and how many states?
Okay, yes, we do currently have an in-house marketing team. We have 4 people. We are only focused on California because we cannot sell in other states because of those state laws. If we were to expand other states, it would have to be under a license agreement, and we would have to set up Idrasil manufacturing and distribution under that state law. That's why currently we are focusing on being the leader in California with an expansion plan that goes one of 2 routes. One route is the prohibition model, where we remain under prohibition and we expand state by state under license agreements. If the federal scheduling of cannabis changes and we are able to market nationally, then we will expand our California marketing plan into markets in states that are first cannabis states, and then expand into those states as they become legal cannabis states.
Next question. You mentioned additional products. What are those products?
Okay, so we have Idrasil PM, which is our primary product. We're following the business model of NyQuil. NyQuil released NyQuil, and after a year or two, they released DayQuil. So we have Idrasil PM, which is an indica extracted product. That pill is currently available as a scored tablet in 25 milligrams. We're going to break that out into a 12.5 milligram scored tablet that is broken in half into 6¼ milligrams. 6¼ milligrams is the titratable beginning dose for cannabinoid naive persons. We recommend 6 milligrams per 100 pounds per 6 hours for a cannabinoid naive person. So one stock keeping unit will be the 6½ milligram pill. The second will be a 25 milligram scored pill, and the third will be a 100 milligram scored pill. So there's 3 sizes for the indica. There will be 3 sizes for the sativa. There's 6. The same 3 sizes for a CBD only pill. There's 9. Then I have a cream, I have a tincture, and I have a suppository.
All right.
So there's all 12 SKUs.
Okay. One audience member would like you to go back to the screenshot showing medical insurance companies.
Yes.
Could you comment on that slide just briefly again, Steele?
Okay, so United Healthcare is actually the first major insurer to reimburse Idrasil. We received a check from United, paid actually out of Utah, their administrative center in Utah, which we found was interesting. But that check paid for the full amount for Idrasil for one patient, continued to pay. And that was actually the first insurance company to reimburse. Aetna was our second, Cigna was our third, and Blue Cross is the latest to reimburse. We actually also have Universal. We just don't have their logo on here yet. And like I said, we've been currently billing California State Workman's Comp, and we need to put theirs up as well. Actually, Universal and Workman's Comp are in the expanded version of the deck that I'll be sending out.
All right, next question, Steele. Do you have any products geared toward juveniles such as autistic-stricken children?
So Idrasil is currently prescribed to many different juveniles because it's titrated at an active formulation in which it will not get the patient high unless they deviate from that titratable dose. So Idrasil is currently formulated for pediatric use.
Okay, Steele, next question. You made a comment about separating the THC from the CBD. So are you saying that CBD will not be effective if you separated the THC out of it?
That's absolutely correct. That is the big misnomer in this industry right now, is that the marketplace wants to tout CBD as a panacea and as the medicine, and it's really not. We're on the front lines with our product, working directly with doctors, and when a doctor writes Idrasil, he feels like he's really stepping out of his box. Remember, our doctors are not cannabis doctors, so we have not gone to the cannabis marketplace. We are detailing regular physicians who find that this product, oral form, standardized and consistent, non-smoking, that they can write on their prescription pad and is reimbursed by major insurance is interesting. So they pick their one patient who they think would benefit, and they're very eager to get that feedback. So we have to be very careful with that, and we know that our physicians always receive good feedback because it is active cannabis that is balanced with all of the naturally occurring phytocannabinoids. And most patients who have taken just a CBD product will tell you that they did not receive actual relief, particularly patients who are in pain levels of above a 3 and below a 7, which is the tertiary space in which we are marketing. We believe that NSAIDs are perfect for a pain level 1 to 3, opioids are perfect for a pain level 7 to 10, and cannabinoids are natural for the tertiary space of a 3 to 7.
Next question, Steele. Just confirming, California workers' comp did reimburse?
Yes.
Okay. Next question. Cannabics Pharmaceuticals presented earlier today on the Cannabis Investor Webcast. What are the differences in the two companies and products?
What's the other company?
Cannabis Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. So
what's their product?
They have a similar product. I guess later on you could go back to their presentation they presented earlier today. They're headquartered in Israel. The symbol is a CNBX.
Okay, I actually am somewhat familiar with that product. It's relatively new. It's only available in Idrasil. They have no domestic distribution, let alone in California, Colorado, or Washington. And I haven't actually seen the formulation of the product, so I don't know if it's a dry tablet or if it's a gel cap. And if it's a gel cap, then there's the vacillation in terms. Our technology is actually in the conversion of extracted viscous cannabinoids from a liquid to a solid. Now let me say that again because that's key. Most people are stuck on the extraction of cannabinoids. There are over 120 patents filed for the extraction of cannabinoids. We have a patent on our own extraction. It's a hybrid of the patents that are currently filed, and that's not the crux of our IP. It's the conversion. Extracted cannabinoids result in a viscous liquid. That liquid then needs to be converted to a dry solid that remains in a hygronomous state. That solid needs to then be bound with excipients and binders to maintain it in a hygronomous state for tabulation, period. So if you see a pill that is a caplet or a gel cap, that is gel technology that allows for a liquid to be put in a single dose mechanism, but it is not a tablet. So I'll have to look at that Israeli product, but my recollection is that that is a gel cap formulation, of which the dried weight product is not as close of a measurement because it's a liquid with variations within the liquid versus a solid.
Okay, thank you, Steele. CNBX, they're headquartered here in this. I mean, they're incorporated here in the States, but their operations are in Israel. Next question. I have a database of 185,000 medical marijuana patients in California. Who would I need to discuss strategic arrangements? Is there a name and email address?
That's a great question. Yes, thank you. Our sales manager, Ryan DeMaderos, D-E capital M-A-D-R-I-O-S. His office line is 714-659-6385. His email is Ryan, RYAN at IdrasilRx.com. Also, let me add that our customer service desk is Joni Bell. Our toll-free number is 855-Idrasil. That's 855-437-2745. Ms. Joni Bell has been our patient services director since we opened 4 years ago, and her direct line is 714-659-379.
Okay, next question, Steele. My interest is the acceptance by a state agency, which interests me, as far as the cannabis pills are accepted by such agencies. So, I don't know if that's a question or not.
Yeah, I think I know where they're headed with that question. We have several entities across the state who are sophisticated and have some cash and interest in setting up manufacturing and distribution in their state. Unfortunately, their state still happens to be in a relatively prohibitive state, and they want to get written into regulations and oral form of cannabis. This is a popular move that's happening currently in New York and Florida because many states just don't want to agree that smoked cannabis is medicine, even though at the end of the day all agree that smoked cannabis is medicine. We have just managed to package cannabis in an oral form that happens to satisfy those folk that cannot wrap their head around smoked medicine. So if you are interested in regulatory in your state and you have an entity that would be able to secure the license, and market and distribute Idrasil in your state, what I would recommend that you do is contact me and discuss either securing that license or securing a first right of refusal. First rights of refusal are done with a minimum purchase of 100,000 shares in C3 stock. That minimum purchase comes with an automatic first right of refusal in your state. Otherwise, minimum stock purchases are 1,000 shares.
Next question. My interest, in reference to the California workers' comp question, was the reimbursement actually from the state of California or a private insurance subcontractor?
It was actually from the state of California. And our patient services folk actually had a conversation with their reimbursement department, who I can tell you was honestly very excited and interested in our product. You have to understand that California State Workmen's Comp as a charter, the entity charter is to get persons rehabilitated and back to work. Workmen's Comp has had a problem for many years where people are getting addicted to opiates and they're not going back to work. So it actually costs Workmen's Comp more money to deal with an addicted person, maintain their addiction, or help them get off of that addicted opiate and back to work. So as a harm reduction measure, the state of California understands that for persons who were injured, it is much safer for the patient and the state of California to give that patient cannabinoids for their pain and their inflammation to help them heal than it is for opioids that have secondary and third problems related to the use of those drugs. So let me just repeat again. California understands, especially Workmen's Comp, that the use of cannabinoids is a harm reduction measure when juxtaposed against opioids.
Okay, Steele, what were your actual revenues year to date?
So revenue this year is $680,000. Last year was about 40,000 at the end of the year, and we're projected for about 5 million this year.
Okay, Steele, I think that concludes our Q&A. Any last comments?
I want to thank you for your time, Derwin. This has been good. Appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. We really appreciate you presenting. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. Our next presentation is at 4:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Steele. We really appreciate your presence.
Thank you, Derwin.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, and Indo Expo Trade Show. Our next presenter is from MassRoots Incorporated. He is the co-founder and CEO, and his name is Isaac Dietrich. Isaac, I will now transfer the screen to you. Okay, Isaac, the screen is transferred to you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Derwin, for the introduction. I'm certainly glad to be here. My name is Isaac, and I'm a co-founder and CEO of MassRoots. Since launching in the App Store last July, MassRoots has grown into a community of 170,000 cannabis consumers who have interacted 42.8 million times over our network. People primarily use our app to post about what type of cannabis they're consuming, pictures of themselves smoking with friends, and to connect with other marijuana consumers. Our basic value proposition is that most people don't feel comfortable posting this information on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter because their bosses, family, and coworkers are connected to them on these networks. Personally, I wouldn't want my grandmother to see a picture of me smoking weed every time she logs into Facebook. But more so than that, people want to be part of a community of like-minded people where they can connect and communicate about a common interest. Just as LinkedIn has become a person's professional identity, Tinder has become a person's dating identity, we want MassRoots to be a person's marijuana identity, a place where people can feel comfortable sharing this aspect of their lives. The value for shareholders comes by connecting our users with marijuana businesses. Similar to Facebook ads, MassRoots will enable dispensaries, glass shops, and cannabis brands to sponsor posts in users' newsfeeds. We are currently seeing tens of thousands of newsfeed impressions per day with 170,000 users. As we scale towards 1 million users, we expect our daily newsfeed impressions to climb into the hundreds of thousands. Businesses will pay a fee based on how many people see their promoted posts. And here's where things get interesting. We have a tremendous amount of data that no one else has on marijuana consumers. Based on a user's posts, we know what type of cannabis a user prefers, whether they prefer edibles, dabs, or flower, and who their friends and social influencers are, all of which can be used by cannabis-related businesses to micro-target their ads directly to the cannabis consumers where it will have the most impact. So a dispensary owner in Denver can target an ad about edibles directly to edible consumers within a 10-mile radius of their dispensary. The ad itself is non-intrusive. We're not talking about banner ads or pop-ups. We're talking about an ad that looks and feels just like a normal post. And dispensary owners will be able to analyze the results in real time. If you look at two of the most valuable technology companies today, Facebook and Google, Their basic story is the same. They've been able to collect a tremendous amount of data about their users. Facebook based on what people post, and Google based on what people search for. And then they're able to serve ads based on that data within their own platforms. While we will never be nearly as big as Facebook or Google, we are simply taking a model that has worked for them in other industries and applying it to the marijuana industry. And it's important to note, both Facebook and Google currently ban marijuana-related advertising on their platforms, forcing businesses in the cannabis industry to rely on billboards, magazine, and other far less cost-effective forms of advertising. Even if these bans are reversed with federal legalization, we still have data that no one else has on marijuana consumers, making MassRoots a truly unique platform. Over the coming months, we'll also be releasing a MassRoots API, which will allow current and future marijuana apps and systems to integrate and sync with our database. Just as users can sign in with Facebook on many applications, our API will allow people to sign in with their MassRoots account to marijuana delivery apps, games, travel websites, as well as integrating with POS systems. Not only will our API expand the reach and utility of the MassRoots network, but it will also present additional monetization opportunities. With 170,000 users, MassRoots currently has millions of posts with tens of millions of data points, ranging from type of strain, form of consumption, to the general location from which a status is posted. Once we reach 1 million users, we believe we will have a large enough sample size to begin aggregating and analyzing data so far more informed decisions can be made throughout the cannabis industry, ranging from market share of a particular product to emerging trends in the industry. This will be one of the first times big data can be applied to the marijuana industry. MassRoots is a play on the marijuana industry as a whole. As the industry matures, competition in many areas will increase. MassRoots is agnostic to who the eventual winners and losers will be. We're designing a platform that can be used in any state where marijuana use is permitted and by every dispensary and cannabis brand. Sitting at the intersection of mobile technology and cannabis, MassRoots offers a direct play on the marijuana industry without ever touching the plant itself. As a tech company, we have a significantly lower cost of scaling than a physical product or store. Expansion doesn't mean building additional facilities, expanding production capacity, or applying for additional permits. It just means we'll have to pay a couple $100 extra every month in cloud hosting fees. And while a physical dispensary or grows market is limited by their geographic region, MassRoots is able to instantly expand to any state or country where cannabis use is permitted. We currently do not face any serious competition in the social network for marijuana users market. No other network has more than 10,000 users or has been able to raise any form of venture capital. Our closest competitors are Leafly and Weedmaps, which we will compete with for advertisers' budgets. Weedmaps is a dispensary locator service, and Leafly is a strain resource guide. Both services lack the daily, weekly, and monthly recurring usage that drives long-term value for advertisers. Despite this, both services are currently generating revenue in excess of $1 million per month. MassRoots has been covered by the New York Times, BBC, Bloomberg, Fast Company, the Denver Post, and Vice on HBO. My co-founders and I also attended the Forbes Under 30 Summit in Philadelphia earlier this month, where we were able to meet Wiz Khalifa and Afrojack backstage. More information on this can be found at blog.massroots.com. MassRoots is affiliated with the leading brands in the cannabis industry. We've raised our seed and Series A rounds through the ArcView Group, the largest and most well-respected cannabis angel network in the United States. Our board member, Ian Sieb, is a partner at Denver Relief Consulting and serves as chairman of the National Cannabis Industry Association, which is responsible for the recent House of Representatives vote to defund federal intervention in states where medical marijuana is permitted under state law. Our other board member, Trip Kieber, is the CEO of Dixie Elixirs, the largest edibles producer in Colorado. Lastly, Duchess Capital, one of the most prolific investors in the cannabis industry, serves as our lead investor. Like many cannabis businesses, our business model may be found in violation of the Federal Controlled Substances Act and may be deemed as aiding and abetting the distribution of an illegal substance. Additionally, as we are not currently monetizing our user base, our independent auditor has issued a going concern opinion about our business model. On September 15th, the Securities and Exchange Commission declared MassRoots' registration on Form S-1 effective, clearing the way for a listing on the OTCQB. MassRoots is going to be one of the first marijuana-related companies, if not the first marijuana company, to go public through a direct public offering rather than a reverse merger. We are a fully reporting company to the SEC with audited financials, a full business plan, company history, and use of proceeds available for review by investors and the public. While the SEC has cleared our listing, we still have to obtain a ticker symbol from FINRA, which we expect to occur within the next few weeks, and for MassRoots' stock to begin trading in early January. We believe MassRoots has the potential to grow into a community of millions of cannabis consumers and to serve as a valuable marketing and distribution channel for cannabis and its ancillary products. Thank you all very much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Isaac. Give me a couple of seconds to queue up the questions.
No problem.
First question, Isaac, is MassRoots an advertising company? Could data be sold also? And what would the revenue breakup look like? Would it be mainly advertising and some data?
Sure. So we're primarily an advertising company. I don't really like to view ourselves as someone who would sell our users' data. We would never do something like that. But similar to Facebook, we can use users' data to target ads to those consumers. Sorry, I'm getting a little echo in the background. 1 second. Can you still hear me? Okay, sorry about that. So similar to Facebook, what we're aiming to do is collect as much information and data on users as possible, and then we'll use that data to target advertising to consumers. So basically, if a user posts a post about dabs, we know that typically they prefer to consume marijuana in concentrate form. So then that information can be used by advertisers to target ads back to the end consumers. The basic revenue model is people will pay per impression. So kind of the way we're viewing it is a dispensary can put an ad in front of 10 cannabis consumers within a 10-mile radius of their dispensary for, say, $1. So that's kind of how we view the monetization.
Next question.
Next question.
Yep. As legislation is approved throughout the U.S. And Facebook and other competitors start to go into the marijuana space or let advertisers advertise on their platforms, how would you have a jump on Facebook and other competitors since you would already have accepted marijuana advertising?
Sure. So we have information that Facebook and Google don't have. Even when marijuana is legalized on a federal level, if it is legalized on a federal level, most people still won't want to post about it on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter because it will still have a stigma attached to it. So that information we will still have, and Facebook, Instagram, and Google will not have. At the same time, I think that information can be utilized in a far more effective way for the cannabis industry, for a network entirely devoted to cannabis. Facebook is not going to build out tools or dispensaries because it's such a small fraction. Even if they captured the entire cannabis industry, it would still be such a small fraction of their overall budget. Whereas we, as a cannabis company, can develop tools and products and services directly for dispensaries, directly for these cannabis brands, directly for these edibles producers. So I really don't view Facebook, Instagram, and Google as competitors in this space. A, they won't be entering this space until it's legal on a federal level. when they do enter this space, we'll have a tremendous head start, and hopefully these dispensaries will already be using us as an advertising channel. And lastly, I just really don't see them building out products and services for the cannabis industry.
Next question. Out of 170,000 members, how many are active, and do you have statistical data? And what are the ages of your members?
Sure. So our primary demographic is 18 to 26 years old, active cannabis consumers, people who smoke marijuana on a daily or weekly basis. If you smoke marijuana once a month or once a year, you're really not interested in MassRoots' platform. So what that means is the users on our network are typically the people that dispensaries want to reach the most. They're the people who are spending hundreds or thousands of dollars every month on marijuana consumers, on their marijuana habit or their medicine. Whereas if you advertise via a different channel, you might get an in-cannabis consumer that only comes into your dispensary once, and then that they're done for a month or for a year. We can only disclose the information that we provided to the SEC in our S1, and our monthly actives are not included in that number, but we do have an extremely active user base. Out of 170,000 users, they've interacted 42.8 million times over our network, which is an average of a couple hundred times per user. So we do have an incredibly engaged and growing user base.
Next question.
Next question.
Do you see an age limit for the reach in your model?
Yes. Quite frankly, we don't really see very many people over the age of 26 and 27. But just as Facebook started with the younger demographic, it started with teenagers and college-age students, it eventually expanded into the older demographics. So while we kind of view this right now as something that only the younger generation is interested in, as we add new features, as we continue to gain market share in the industry, we think that will expand upwards. And one of the things that we're really focused on right now is connecting cannabis users. So we're trying to enable people to find a smoking buddy. If you want to smoke with someone, you can go on our app, find someone within a couple miles of your location that you would want to smoke with. And that's kind of where we're focusing most of our time and energy and development resources right now. Once that is fully up and running, I think it will add a completely another dynamic to our app, which will accelerate user growth, boost retention, and hopefully expand the appeal of the app.
Next question. Have you attracted most of your members from social media networks or through independent advertisement outside of social networking?
Sure. So we got our initial traction actually on Instagram from people that were already posting about marijuana on these other channels. That got us probably our first 20,000, 30,000 users. And then the main way we've been growing is word of mouth, people telling their friends about the app and having them download it. We haven't invested that much money into advertising, and actually we haven't done that much advertising aside from we were at the Cannabis Cup on 420 here in Denver. We've been attending a couple of smaller events. We haven't really done much advertising outside of social media and outside of word of mouth. So as we get more resources, especially once we're listed on the OTCQB, we expect to be able to really scale up our advertising and attract new users to the market, hopefully accelerating our user growth. Next question.
What do you see as the next major catalyst for MassRoots?
That's a good question. I'm kind of limited what I can say in forward-looking statements, but I will say that once we really get down, find a smoking buddy near you, I think that will be a huge catalyst that will boost retention, accelerate user growth, and hopefully expand the appeal of the network. Other than that, quite frankly, one of the big catalysts for us is being listed on the market and being able to raise additional resources. As part of our offering, $1.9 million in warrants will be executed And once those warrants are executed and that money is injected into the company, it will enable us to really start to ramp up operations and really start to scale the business. So, you know, probably over the next month, the big thing to look out for is app updates. If you're, you know, if you have MassRoots on your phone, we try to update our app every 2 to 3 weeks. Once you really start to see these new features coming out, I think those metrics will be reported in the when we release our new user statistics. Next question.
Next question, is MassRoots currently affiliated with any other company?
Sure. So we're affiliated with Dixie Elixirs. Trip Keeber, the CEO and co-founder of Dixie Elixirs, serves on our board. We're affiliated with Denver Relief Consulting. Ian Seed serves on our board and also serves as chairman of the National Cannabis Industry Association. Our lead investor is Duchess Capital, Doug Layton. He was also our first seed investor. And we're affiliated with the ArcView Group, obviously, as we raised the seed and Series A rounds through them. We really haven't done many partnerships other than that in the cannabis industry, just because we've been extremely selective about who we partner with. What I think the major trend that we're starting to see now in the cannabis industry is where the upper echelon of cannabis companies are affiliating with each other and no one else. We're starting to kind of separate the lesser companies from the legitimate ones, and I think that's a trend that will continue. We're not really in the business of pumping out press releases about random partnerships in the industry. We're really just focused on building a great product, expanding our user base, and if we succeed in that, hopefully we will be announcing partnerships with major corporations outside of the cannabis industry. I often say that I would love to see the day where Domino's does advertising on our network, $5 pizzas, so when people are high and they're scrolling through their news feed, they want to order a pizza. So those are kind of the partnerships that I'm looking to form rather than some of these other companies in the cannabis industry. Next question.
Next question is, what is your legislative outlook going forward?
Well, we're kind of unique in that there aren't very many regulations that apply to us. Like when you go to open a dispensary, there's a whole bunch of regulations and permits you need to acquire. MassRoots is kind of unique in that there aren't very many laws that apply to us, so that kind of gives us an advantage. I think Florida is going to fail. I think it's going to get 54 to 56% of the vote, which will be short of the 60% threshold. But I think just as in 2012 when we lost California, but we won Colorado and Washington, I think that Alaska and Oregon will succeed. So I think it will still be a major win for the cannabis industry, and I also think Washington, D.C. will pass. What I do on the federal level is that, obviously President Obama's approval ratings aren't very high right now, and I think, especially if the Republicans take control of the Senate, that he's going to be looking to do as much as possible by executive action or by ordering his attorney general to kind of loosen up on marijuana laws. I think that rescheduling or potentially delisting marijuana, I think that's going to be one of the major items on the federal level over the next 2 or 3 years, hopefully before President Obama leaves office. But even if that's not the case, I think that the 2016 presidential elections between Hillary Clinton and potentially Rand Paul will kind of hopefully elevate the conversation about marijuana to the national level, especially when you have, I think, over a dozen states where marijuana is going to be on the ballot in 2016. So that's kind of how I view the major catalysts over the next few weeks and years. Next question.
Next question. What makes your app any different from all the other marijuana apps available?
Our user base. So we're one of the only marijuana apps that has 170,000 users, has a recurring user base, and has an active and engaged community. I think that's huge. That's how all other social networks have started. Without that user base, the apps are really worthless. You know, it's very easy to develop the technology. It's very hard to get users on your app and using it on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. How do I view ourselves as different from weed maps? Well, weed maps enables people to find dispensaries near them, but it really doesn't have the social aspect. People aren't sharing what they're smoking. People aren't connecting with other marijuana consumers. Leafly is a strain resource guide. It gives you a lot of information about a particular strain, but again, it doesn't facilitate that social interaction. It doesn't allow people to meet people. It doesn't, you know, you're not posting pictures of what you're smoking, and you know, it's definitely not becoming your marijuana identity. So really there's no other app out there that's doing what we're doing and being successful at it. So that's kind of how I view ourselves as different than the other apps. Next question.
Next question. Would you possibly be an acquisition candidate, or are you going to grow the business?
We're focused on growing the business as much as possible, adding new features to our applications. We're not focused on trying to get acquired. If you try to, you know, if you bill yourself as a company that's trying to get acquired, no one wants to acquire you. So we're just focused on growing the business. If an acquisition offer happens in, you know, a couple of years, we'll certainly entertain it, but that's not what we're going for. We're going for building a truly unique platform that our users love to use and scaling our user base. And I think if we take care of that, everything else will fall into place. Next question.
This is the final question, and it's a funny question, so I think it's probably somebody on my staff. But the question is, how did you score a 33 on the ACT?
Well, I smoked before it, I can tell you that. So, you know, just as marijuana cures Ebola, maybe marijuana will increase IQ. So I'm joking with that, of course. Ebola, yeah. I think it makes you smarter, but yeah.
I thought that's a very funny question. So I think it's on LinkedIn. I think it was one of my staff members that saw it on LinkedIn. But that concludes our Q&A. Any last comments about MassRoots, Isaac?
Nope. Look for our stock when it begins trading in early January.
Well, thank you, Isaac. We really appreciate your presentation. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. Our next presentation is at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Isaac.
Have a good one.
Thank you for attending the Cannabis Investor Webcast. I would like to thank our sponsors, American Green Incorporated, MassRoots Incorporated, and Indo Expo Trade Show. Our presenter today is the CEO of the United States Weed Channel, Shane Dugan-Duell. Shane, I will now turn the screen over to you.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. So we do have the right link.
Yeah,
Okay, looks a little different here.
let me hold on. Let me change the screen over to you. Okay, you should now have control of the screen, Shane.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for attending. I'd like to talk to you a little bit today about US Weed Channel and where we're going. So I made this little presentation for you all. 6 parts to smoking. So whether or not you partake in cannabis, believe in cannabis, you should be able to believe in what we're doing with this business. So again, thank you for being a part, and without further ado, let's get right into it. First off, Derwin, has the screen changed?
No, not yet, Shane.
Okay, because it's changed on mine, and I want to make sure that everyone's following along.
Yeah, we can't see it yet. Hold on one second.
The wonder of electronics will get us.
Did you press the button at the top, Shane, that says show my screen?
Aha, we did that yesterday, didn't we? There we go.
There you go. And you can put it into...
There we go.
Yep.
Okay, so now everybody should be able to see that now.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Thanks, Derwin. Okay, so now everybody, welcome to the show. Here we go. 6 parts of smoking. Let's get right into it. First of all, I want to let you know that we have completed phase 1, and what we're talking about today is phase 2. And hopefully phase 3 will be us being, bought or at minimum going on to the market and doing something fabulous. But right now, let's look at real quickly what we've accomplished already as a TV channel. And just to make sure that everybody knows the difference about what we're doing, we are not an internet-based YouTube channel. We are an actual TV network. We launched on Roku, and we'll be launching on several other media platforms that are living room, not per se your tablet or your computer, although we will offer that as well. So again, going back to what we've finished so far, we've got our website completely up and running. The website itself has an affiliate capability. It's completely commerce capable with the store, and we're getting that up and running actually this week. It's been tested, and now it's going to be rocking. The site will have video capability very soon, so we'll be able to do testing and whatnot with different markets, and we'll have people go up there. Excuse me one second. On the TV. All right, here we go. Now, the website itself also has complete social media capabilities, so that whatever we put up there, it'll filter down to all of our YouTube site, Google, Facebook, Pinterest, Twitter, LinkedIn, and all that stuff. So we're actually going to be up and running on our campaign for social media as well this week. We've done a lot of upgrades just in this last month. The next thing we needed to protect our intellectual property. We have filed for multiple trademark and wordmark applications, and luckily we were the first. We were the only ones to file properly, if you will, and then we were actually the first to launch our TV channel, and we were the first to launch it with commerce, which is very important in attaining that trademark and wordmark. So all the other applications, from what I understand from our attorney, have been flagged for resubmission due to us being there. So we will probably hold the spot as the single TV network with a cannabis leaf in our logo And since we were the only one to file for word mark, we will probably be the only one with any words that are a substitute for weed or channel. It looks to be that way. Additionally, I've already purchased all the relevant URLs, including uswc.tv. So we've got everything as locked up as we can for our intellectual property. The next thing is we wanted to launch the TV channel. We did that. We launched on April 22nd. We have literally the most breakout story, and we'll get into that in a couple slides, but we have a lot of people watching, and it's really great. And then now what we're doing is it's time to start phase 2. And so, you know, we've already ROI'd phase 1. We've paid off everything. We've made lots of productions just like a real TV channel would. We launched to the public. We've got some awesome professionals coming on board that I might be able to explain a little bit later. And now it's time to get to work. So what we're going to talk about today is the cost of the 6 Parts to Smoking campaign. So I can get to work. Okay, so now these are just examples of the channel. And if you look at the top there, there's sort of our little breakout story. We've been up for about 5 months, and this has been a soft launch, if you will. We wanted to make sure that it would deliver to everybody properly and that our shows would be accepted. Nobody would simply shun us and whatnot. And as you can see, looking at the top there, we're already at over 70,000 viewers each month, or every day if you look at it that way, because that's how many people have our channel installed. The next one right there is 30,000. Every installation of a channel equates to about 2.3 viewers, and that's according to Roku, not according to us. Our channel each day is adding about 250 people, and this again is without advertising. So when we get into the advertising, things are going to get a lot of, well, they're going to be a lot of fun. Last month we did 33,000 streams, and we only have a limited number of programs. So the people are watching. They're watching virtually everything that we have, and I have statistics on all that. We've been viewed in 108 countries already because Roku is an international, web-based delivery system. So we can be seen that way, and we actually have analytics to back all that up. We have a 4.5 out of 5-star viewer rating, and I think we're somewhere up in the 150 or 170 people have rated the channel, somewhere around there. We launched with 12 channels. If you look at the upper right-hand part of the picture there, you'll see a bunch of plaques. Those pictures or springboards are all the different channels inside of US Weed Channel. Some of them have a bunch of different shows. Some of them have a specific show, like the one showing right there for 420 Honeys. And additionally, we have 2 more coming that are going to be awesome. They're going to be bringing in some revenue. One of them is going to be a movie rental channel, and the other one is going to be called Potential Properties. And Potential Properties is where we've partnered with a real estate broker to offer cannabis-based properties through a channel where people can view it inside of the US Weed Channel. So it should be pretty fun for them. Currently, as US Weed Channel, we have tried to, and I think had done it very well, be the grown-up cannabis outlet for media. And in doing so, we've been lucky enough, smart enough, you make the word, but we're working with law enforcement. I have a video up there from Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. Currently, we're working with government officials, people that are running for office and stuff. They're just about to put some commercials on our show. That'll be up in just a couple of days on our channels. And right now, I have attracted some of the most amazing professionals and artists to work with the channel, and I'm just waiting on a few agreements to come back, and I wish I had them right now to tell you guys the good news. But we have some people that are, when I say amazing professionals, they're top of their line in what they do, and I'm not talking about actors, I'm talking about people that help us run the business, because that's what we're here to talk about today, is running the business. Making the productions is an entire different thing. All right, here we go. Excuse me. Right now you can see right across the top there, those are just 8 of the 12 different channels that we have. So I just put that in there for an example. You see we've got news, we've got music videos, we've got Happy Farmers for cultivation, we've got Comfort Cannabis cooking, or cookery, depending on which one, and we've got a couple of different videos in there. We have a film festival, and the people, when they join up, they agree to allow us to put the chosen ones into our Short Rips channel. We have the Chill channel, And instead of, goldfish and fireplaces, we have fans on gardens and waves and all sorts of nifty things. 420 Honeys is sort of our reality show. We have to have something like that to be relevant. And Canna Medication is one of two. We also have Canna Education. Medication is for everything that is obviously health related, and education is more geared toward the economy, cultivation, what's happening in the government, things like that. So as you can see, we have a complete spectrum of shows, and we did this because we need to attract viewers from, 18 to 88. And then you can see in the corner there I've also put, potential properties and weed flicks, and those are the two that are coming next. Those are just a couple of pictures down on the bottom there of a couple of different shows. There's Keiko doing the show, cooking show with Matt. There's a couple of the 420 Honeys. That's the yard where we film some of the Happy Farmers series and some of the 420 Honeys. And there I am doing the news with Barbie. All right, here we go. So what are we going to do with the cost? What is it going to cost for us to get to phase 3? And phase 3 is, it has 6 parts to it. So let me go ahead and just start at the beginning so that I don't, get ahead of myself. So what we're going to use is this money to do a certain number of things. Number one, we're tapped out for legal. We need somebody, with more experience. And if our guys listening right now, love you, but we've talked about it. So it's time to move to the next level, and we've already talked to several different firms. We know what it's going to cost, but this will entail, website, legal information. So all of the store stuff is done. Film and music rights when we do acquisitions and things like that of, anything from music videos to sound bites to anything. Also, every advertising deal is almost a separate agreement because there's no real standard one. And then, of course, eventually we're going to be doing some small acquisitions along the way, and we'll need proper legal advice to go forward with that and counsel. Okay, the next part is, right now we're on Roku. Roku, we wanted to launch on that because it was the largest, it is the largest one in America. Next year, they've got 15 million this year sold in North America, and they'll have somewhere around 200 million their expectations by 2016, because there's a lot of people doing what's called cord cutting, and y'all can look that up. And what that is people that are tired of paying $150 a month for a cable bill, and they go out and buy a streaming media delivery box like a Roku or an Amazon Fire, and they simply subscribe to internet service and stream everything they want to watch. So if you look into it, you'll see it's astounding the rate that it's happening. And so I don't disagree necessarily with that 200 million. Okay, so moving forward, what it's going to take for us to get on all of these platforms, because we have had a breakout story on just Roku. Now it's time to really go big. So we're going to be on Amazon Fire. We'll be an application on Apple TV, Google Fiber, Xbox, and PlayStation. And right there, we're opening up US Weed Channel to literally 500 million places to see it. So that's very important, and it's not very expensive. Okay. Next thing is, what we're using is, if any of you are familiar with going to the public markets, there's a cost involved with that. You play a couple of different professionals that are involved with that, accountants, lawyers, and a market maker who's the Series 7 person. And so that's all that cost involved there. Next thing is, and this actually is a little high, but I wanted to make sure that we had enough money to do enough filming. And inside of public relations, that just isn't, our social media campaign, because that actually costs a lot less. What we're doing with this money is actually filming product above and beyond what we're filming in our normal productions. So we're not simply spending $125,000 on public relations. That's quite a bit. We're spending a lot less than that physically on public relations, but part of that entails productions that we'll be utilizing on the channels that will proliferate the channel, drive people to the store, things like that. Additionally, those productions will send forward 2 messages. Number one, we'll spend a good deal of time letting America know that USWC is a good thing. And they'll find that out that that's the truth, because when they hit the channels, they'll see everything from entertainment all the way through education to, well, heaven forbid, downright boring, but it's got to be in there. People are going to want it. So now the next thing is we're going to spend a lot of time letting the public know about the anticipation of our stock offering when we get to the OTC. So that is a significant thing that a lot of, well, I don't know that any cannabis stock has done it. And, well, we are a media company, so we're going to use the media to get the world to anticipate what we're doing. And when they see us, they'll actually be able to see us making shows every week. They'll be able to see us garnering new productions every week. So they'll see something growing right before their eyes. It'll be actually pretty neat for them. And by the time we get there, by the way, as an offering will be very nice. Nice looking with positive revenue, and we'll get into that in a moment. Okay, so the next thing is for 6 months, it's going to cost about that much. I've got certain people that we need to hire. We're going to have some in-house editing and some other stuff. In the office, I'm already paying for right now. Oops. Okay, and now the last thing is, this is where we get into our productions that we're currently making, which are 420 News, Comfort Cannabis Cookery, Happy Farmers, and 420 Honeys. So we'll be continuing with those shows, but additionally, we'll be buying the rights to a lot of other stuff because in order to stay on top, content is king. We need stuff for people to watch. Everything and it won't be all cannabis related. See, that's the great thing. Cannabis utilizers, whether they're coming there for information or not, or they're, happen to be completely loaded and they want to watch something fun, they want to watch something fun and it doesn't have to have weed in it. So we can get all sorts of just fun programming that is entertaining. Doesn't have to have cannabis in it. And inside of that, 96,000, we'll go ahead and get a lot of that. So again, all of these things are to drive people to watching, and the shows will drive people to the website so that they'll be able to follow up on what's happening in the shows, and then the website will drive them back to the shows so they can see the next episode. It's the standard format. Excuse me. Now, what we're looking at here is a cost of $500,000. Yeah, that's kind of a lot, but we've already done a lot of the hard work. This is not a startup. We've launched. We have 30-plus productions, and we are rocking. We're getting viewers by the dozens every day. So what we're looking at here is to get to our IPO. To get there, we will have a ton of tangible assets in the form of productions. So every week we'll be making 4 of our own and garnering however many we can from the world of weed. And there's a lot of producers out there making content with nowhere to go. We're going to be it. So, and I wish I could show you this great list I have of things that we're going to be putting up. We're just waiting to get our revenue share contract finalized. So now, at the end of the 6-month program that we're going to be doing all this stuff, because it takes 6 months for us to get on through the SEC process, we will get to the point where we're having 1 million daily viewers watching our videos. And at that point, we will literally be able to charge as much as the CBSs and ABCs of the world because of our viewership. And if you think it'll be hard to get there, it won't be. 58% of America wants to know about weed, and there's 313 million. So to get 1 million of them to tune into one of our shows at one point during the day, with all of the media that we'll be doing and all of the delivery platforms that we'll have, it'll be almost impossible not to attain that. So the next thing is, when we get to IPO, we'll have multiple positive revenue streams. Each showcase that we produce makes its own revenue stream by way of swag or products. It also has advertisers inside of it, and then we get to redistribute the product in other countries. So we'll have all that going, plus we'll have our events going, we'll have our online sales and all that stuff going. So we'll have all these nifty things that make us actually what people are looking for, if you will, when they want to invest in something. Okay, so that's what our gear is to get to the point where people want to invest in us. Now, and again, moving on with that sentiment, the safe cannabis company is what we'll be when we get to market, because we won't grow it, we won't deliver it, and we won't dispense it. We'll still be completely entwined in the cannabis industry, and if you look at the next star down, we'll be in the film industry. So those are 2 completely awesome markets to be in as far as tangible assets, easy. I hate to say easy money, but there's a lot of money there in advertising. And cannabis is what the world wants to invest in, but if you look at the sentiment, people are not investing in things that can go bad. So unless you've got a lot of money to put down on a grow, where that's going to turn around a lot of money, this is really going to be the safest investment when we go to market. So all those people, they're sitting on the fence because they're afraid that if they invest in a crop that it'll get eaten by bugs, it'll go bad, it won't come out good, it'll get seized by feds, and who knows all the myriad of problems that can happen with actual product. And again, those problems can happen when you're testing it. But all we're doing is filming. We're filming it and we're educating the world, and that is allowed under all sorts of different laws. So now we are the safe cannabis company. That stands and makes us a real great cannabis investment when we go to market. So now, the real plan for growth, that's kind of what I just explained. Lots of media, lots of distribution channels, lots of new shows. When we get to market, we will probably have already launched one of our 4 magazines. And if you look at the raises that have happened in the cannabis industry, and you put in a couple of factors, it's very easy to expect that from our cost of $500,000, that when we go to market, we should be able to raise $6 million from the market, and that would be a great thing. So when we get there with that $6 million, what our plans are, we're going to start on a whole bunch of new productions that we have already slated to go. They're ready to go with not producers, directors. We've got a whole bunch of events from surfing to film events that we've got planned and ready to rock. You won't be able to blink without seeing USWC. It'll be awesome, well, at least for us and those of you who come aboard. But, we're looking at 4 different magazines to 4 completely different sectors of the industry, and we'll be pushing those magazines through our website and our shows. So everything that we do, people will see it in the shows, and it will drive them to doing and being a part of US Weed Channel. We'll also have 4 mobile apps. 2 of those will be patentable, and you can ask me about them after you've signed a non-disclosure agreement. We've got tons of sponsorships that are waiting to happen, and eventually, in the very near future, we will be involved in a lot of nonprofit and charitable giving, because really this market has got a lot of emphasis toward helping individuals with the plant. We agree with that, and that's what we want to forward the growth of. So while we are this media thing, and we do intend to completely blanket the market of cannabis with our magazines and our mobile apps and our different distribution outlets for all of our productions, and believe me, there'll be a lot. We'll be going big, and we'll have a lot of capital, hopefully, to give back to the community of cannabis, and that'll be our plan. So it's in there, and if you guys want to talk about any of this stuff further, you just need to call. And this is me, and that's my phone number, that's my extension, that's my cell, that's my email. You can check me out on LinkedIn to look at my past. I'm pretty much an open book. I'm just a hard-working guy. Been an insurance broker for a long time. I like to follow the rules and do things right. And that's what we're going to do. And now I'll just open it up to questions.
All right, thank you, Shane. Give me a couple of seconds to queue up.
Thank you.
Give me a couple of seconds to queue up the questions. First question, Shane. How about a US Weed Channel box?
That would be fantastic, although that would be breaking into a completely another market, and I think the best way to go with that would be to partner with one of the ones that are completely, inset in the industry. So, and that actually brings up a good thing for me to mention. Y'all can look into what's happening in the streaming media industry. A big thing that's happening right now, and one of my big things on my horizon, is that I hope that when marijuana gets taken off of the Schedule I drug program and it's legalized in the majority or all of America, that Google will change their mind, because Google is making Google Fiber right now, and they are completely laying new tracks to just lay out their own internet across America. I would love, and they've been trying for a long time to bust into TV and media with Google Chromecast, there was Google TV, and now there's Google Fiber. I would love to be part of that Google team. In any case, if we don't, one of those professionals that is coming on board has previously worked for Viacom and Comcast, and those will be some of the people that we'll be aiming at as possible purchasers in 2 to 3 years.
Next question. Is there currently a subscription, and if so, what's the margin?
Great question. We were going to start with a subscription. However, after speaking with some, again, very high-end professionals, we were coached into a non-subscription channel. So actually, the delivery of US Weed Channel is completely free to the viewer. Everything's on demand, every single part of it. And we decided to go completely ad-driven. And the reason for that is that when we do go for sale, the world knows things, and if there is a fundamental change in the management or the direction or the ownership of US Weed Channel and people are not there to watch the shows, they're only there because they've got a subscription, that can end in a very short time. So to have the absolute maximum value for US Weed Channel when we do become acquired by, you know, A&E, Google, whoever, we decided not to.
Next question. What current partnerships do you currently have?
I'm sorry, Derwin, you cut out for a moment.
I'm sorry. What current partnerships do you currently have?
Well, actually, we just finishing some partnerships with All Channel Films. Another one with, and you know, forgive me for doing it like this, but Cougar Life, because we may be doing a white label channel inside of our channels that is a dating channel because the revenue is just ridiculous, and we told them that we'd have to keep it, you know, adult, not adult nasty, but adult mature, and they're probably going to be doing a production. We also have our advertisers that we've made partnerships with, and we have several others in the works that I can't really mention yet, but literally there's 5 or 6 that are happening as we speak. I'm just waiting for the documents to come back, and we will be looking at having, you know, well, I can't even say their positions yet, unfortunately. It's rough. I wanted it by this meeting. So anyways, next question, please.
Next question. Confirming you currently are not affiliated with any cable company, so I guess they're just confirming.
That is a fact. We are not affiliated with any cable companies. Our goal is to become affiliated with a cable company with one of these people that we're bringing on board. She seems to feel very firmly that she can attain us a channel in mainstream cable delivery.
Okay. Another question that's kind of related to this. ESPN and HBO, you know, where talks about separating from cable and doing internet streaming. You know, why is internet streaming gaining so much traction?
Whoever said that, I love you. But that's the perfect segue that I haven't got a chance to get into yet, and that is that every advertiser out there on the planet has realized this phenomenon, what I mentioned earlier, of the cord cutters. The cable companies know it. They're freaking out. They don't know what to do. They're losing people by the droves every single day because it just costs too much for regular cable, and there's 100,000 channels of 2 that you watch. So what's happening is they're shifting the amount of advertising money that they're spending every year now over to streaming media because that's where people stay engaged. And if you look, there's a study out there that's very significant. It's done by Nielsen's lab, but it's called IAB, and you got to remember to put that on there because it's very important. That one is specifically for streaming media, and where that opportunity is going, who's watching, how they're watching, all that. It's more in depth. You'll get bored, but you'll also be fascinated. And so inside of that report, number one, the very first thing you'll see is that people are now watching 35.5 hours of streaming media as opposed to 34 hours of standard TV. So the break has finally happened. And along with that come the advertisers. And to address your question more clearly, excuse me, HBO knows these things because they've got smart people there. So they went ahead and launched HBO Go. So the people that have access right now through their cable can go on to HBO Go and watch any part of HBO that they want at any time. And HBO has so much content, they're just like another Netflix, and they realize that. So now they've already started the delivery process, they've already set the people up for the change, so that when you cut your cable, all you have to do is call HBO Direct. Subscribe and you're on. And yeah, and basically what that is, you know, the freedom to watch what you want to watch, and it's up to you. It's all your personal choices, that type of thing. But again, HBO recognizes these things. They've got a lot of money. They're smart. Fox notices this. ESPN notices this. Those are all things that you can get through a Roku right now because they know you're cutting your cable cord. I hope that answered the question.
Okay, so Shane, so Roku, you could, is it like sort of a la carte? Like you can, if I wanted to pick US Weed channel, I could subscribe to US Weed channel. If I wanted to pick HBO, I could subscribe to HBO. So I can actually kind of a la carte, you know, my programming.
Yes, and I'll walk you through the process of how it happens. Whether you get, and I believe it's kind of the same for Apple TV and Google TV, but when you turn on your Roku for the first time, and by the way, it's a $50 purchase one time. You don't have to pay for it month after month. You buy it once. That's why people are cutting the cord. So you go out and you buy this Roku, and my suggestion would be to buy the $99 one because, well, it works awesome, number one, and you'll never notice the difference. That one or the little stick, they both work great, and that one's only $50. So, okay, what happens is you turn it on, you link up to your Wi-Fi, and then it asks you to go into the channel store, and you voluntarily pick what goes into your channel lineup. Normally, the first things you put in there is going to be your Netflix, your HBO, maybe an ESPN, but I just got a call last Friday from a gentleman who wants to be a part of US Weed Channel and help us build the music network. He just happened to cut his cable and turn on his Roku, and he said, you know, I'm a weed connoisseur, so I typed in weed in search, and there came US Weed Channel. I turned it on, and there you were. And now I'm on the phone with you guys, and I want to make sure that US Weed Channel happens. This is a beautiful thing. And so these channels, what really drives home our statistics are, number one, our channel is voluntary. People can uninstall it at any time, and we're gaining 250 a day. The amount of people that, you know, install it and take it away is still under 2,000. And, you know, we're above 30,000. We're probably at 31,000 installs today. That's a fantastic average when it comes to installs and not. So again, everything on Roku is voluntary. So yes, to walk you through the process, you add the channel to your lineup, and then when you turn on your Roku next time, you decide what you want to go to. Do you want to go and see something on Netflix, HBO, maybe you want to go to US Weed Channel? There you go. And the key will be for me to keep them inside of US Weed Channel.
Next question. Advertisers, please give a sample of these companies and how many advertisers are relevant to this service?
Well, we have 4 advertisers right now, and I would say only 2 of them are cannabis-based. So we're at 50-50, if you will. But between those 4 advertisers, we were able to, you know, return our investment into the channel and all that it took to build it. So we've got YOLO 5, and then oh yeah, Cool Jar. That's right. They were in the beginning. And actually, we have 3 advertisers in the cannabis business, and then we have web designer and life insurance company.
Okay. Next question. Will you abandon Roku once you go live on television?
No way. Television, again, going back to my previous answer, is going to always be having less people watching it than our streaming media delivery systems. And so we won't be just on Roku. We'll be using Roku, Apple TV, Google Fiber, Amazon Fire, and you know, the PlayStation and Xbox. Those, because what we'll be is an app that you can install on your Xbox. People are going to want to find us, and they're going to want to put us on whatever they can to watch us. So it just behooves us to make that available to them.
Next question. Is the audience large enough to support US Weed Channel? Did you hear that, Shane? I'm sorry. Is the audience large enough to support US Weed Channel?
Yeah, we're growing every day, actually, and as soon as we start, actually I just started 2 sales reps this week, and so as we go forward, every dollar that we attain through ads goes into making us go out there further, and since we're growing by 250 a day on one press release that was released back in May, when we start doing our real social media and our real campaign, we'll probably be growing by about 2,000 to 5,000 a day. And yes, short answer, I know I like to give long answers, but it's my insurance background. I like to leave everything explained and on the table. The shortest answer is yes, they're there. 58% of America wants to know about weed, and we're going to be the one channel where they can get the absolute truth on it. And as long as we stay that way, stay true to it, everybody will keep coming.
Did you say 58%?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next question. Give an example of programming not weed specific, and does it defeat the purpose of being called the US Weed Channel?
Well, right now we have a bunch of short films, and we've got a couple of feature films that were just submitted that we haven't put up on the channel. That'll happen this week, that don't have anything to do with weed. They're simply entertaining. We also have music videos, and you know, the music videos, there's not weed in every one, but we tried to hit a few different genres to start with, and we'll be expanding those as well. So we will always have our core shows, and there will always be a way for people to discover exactly what they want to find out on US Weed Channel, whether it's current news from 420 News, or you know, maybe they just want to see what's happening with 420 Honey Jessica, who's on this week, okay? We'll give it to them. But there also has to be content in the form that's not cannabis-based, because then we'd be calling, you know, you can't just tell somebody that you're cannabis all day, all the time, everything, all the time. It won't work. We've got to have other things in there that keep them involved, shows like Friends, shows like Supernatural, shows like Oprah, you know, and again, those are not our shows, and they'll probably never be on our channel unless we get the reruns, but we will be developing those type of shows where people follow along every day or every week. I hope that answers the question.
Well, I guess it's sort of like MTV, music, television, but a lot of their programming is not music now. It's, you know, it's different shows. So I guess it's the same sort of model.
Yeah, and you know, everything, we've got to have a mix of things, because you got to remember there's going to be people from 18 to 88. Our demographic is huge, and we have to deliver a certain amount to each one of them. And there's no way that my mom at 7, well, I better not say her age, she'll get pissed, but at her age is going to want to tune in to 420 Honeys unless my daughters are there with her and they're all having fun laughing about it. But she will definitely turn into our Senior Moments area to find out how cannabis can improve her health.
Gotcha. Programming. Programming is very expensive. So what percentage of the program will be created, and what percentage of the programming will be bought?
It's hard to say a percentage, because right now for this next 6 months, with this current cost that we're talking about, we're going to continue with the 4 productions that we have, and making, we film them 4 at a time, we release them 1 a week. So each show will be released 1 show each week. So if you're looking at percentages, we'll probably be attaining 4 to 6 to 12 music videos in that same 1 week period, or every week. We'll probably be attaining another 1 or 2 show series each month, if not each week. So the percentage of our shows is actually very small, and the percentage of all the outside shows will actually be great, a lot greater. When we get to market, we're going to start a lot of our own showcases. So the programming will start to turn into a lot of USWC-based programming, and eventually the majority of it will be, but we'll always be able to take in stuff from other producers and productions.
Next question, Shane. Do you see cannabis becoming legal in California? If so, will you be airing any programming supporting California residents in legalizing cannabis?
Well, you guys, you need to follow that LinkedIn thing and look at some of the things I've done to help legalize cannabis in California. And, you know, part of our mission statement, or our mission statement in general, is, you know, acceptance and legalization through education and entertainment. So, yes, we do want it to be legal. I think that most recently, with the warning from the feds to California that they need to get their legislation in order for them not to come here and start raiding things in the state, that sort of put a little bit of precedence on the state of California. Now, additionally, we're starting to work with Ron Gold because he really wants legalization here in California. We believe what he's doing, and so I'll just give that little push right now. Yay, Ron. But yeah, we hope it's legalized soon, because this would be ridiculous. A lot of our programming that we have to do, you know, is here, but everybody at the house has to have a recommendation. It's sort of silly because, well, I don't know if any of you are California or any of you are lifelong puffers, but if you are, you've been a federal criminal for a long, long time. How do you feel? Pretty much the same. Anyways, moving forward, I hope that answered the question.
Yep, that was the end of our quick Q&A. Shane, any last comments about the US Weed Channel?
Well, you know what? We have a program called Be a Bud, so if you'd like to believe in us and help us, you know, proliferate our program, if you're not into taking part in the cost of what we're doing next, you can always help on a smaller basis through our Be a Bud program. And, you know, don't forget to go out and get your Roku and check us out. I believe you'll be very impressed with our release. We did not want to come across as delinquent stoners, and I believe we've done a great job at that. And for any of you that want to discover more, give me a call. And believe me, I know I've talked a lot here, but there's so much more. We work tirelessly every day, and we've got so many things happening that I can only explain to you once we've got a non-disclosure agreement from you, and you will be so entirely impressed. It's astonishing. Anyways, that's about it. I really want to thank everybody who's here. You know, it's great to be on here. Derwin, thank you very much for making this platform available. And I look forward to all of your calls, everybody. And I think that's it. Thanks, Derwin.